Padme Hum, Om Mani 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 Padme Hum. Alle Traurigkeit, Verzweiflung, Einsamkeit wird vollständig bereinigt und verschwindet vollständig. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Aller Zorn und Ärger, alle Rücksichtslosigkeit, alle Unachtsamkeit wird vollständig bereinigt, löst sich vollständig auf. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Alle Krankheiten sind vollständig bereinigt. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Alle Wesen sind tief erfüllt von Liebe, von Mitgefühl, von Zuversicht, von Glauben, Hoffnung und von Harmonie. Und dann sprechen wir das eigentliche Gebet. Mögen alle Leiden, die das Bewusstsein der fühlenden Wesen traurig stimmen, die entstanden sind durch Karma und zeitweilige Bedingungen, wie Schäden durch Raha-Geister, Krankheiten und Buddhas, niemals auftreten in den Bereichen der Welt. Möge jegliches Leiden durch lebensbedrohliche Krankheiten, die, so wie ein Metzger ein Tier zum Schlachtblock führt, Körper und Geist in einem Moment trennen, niemals auftreten in den Bereichen der Welt. Mögen alle Wesen unbeeinträchtigt sein von akuten, chronischen und anderen epidemischen Krankheiten, deren bloßes Hören ihres Namens die Wesen Angst und Schrecken versetzt, so als ob sie in den Schulen Yamas des Herrn des Todes geraten wären. Mögen alle Wesen unbeeinträchtigt sein von den 80.000 Arten von Schädigern, den 360 bösen Geistern, die plötzlich zuschlagen, den 424 Krankheiten und so weiter. Möge jegliches Leiden, verursacht durch Beeinträchtigung der 4 Elemente, die Körper und Geist jedes Glück entziehen, vollständig befriedet sein. Und möge Körper und Geist Glanz und Kraft besitzen, sowie langes Leben, Gesundheit und Wohlbefinden. Durch das Mitgefühl der Gurus und der 3 Juwelen, durch die Macht der Dakinis, Dharma-Beschützer und Wächter, und die Kraft der Wahrheit, der Unfehlbarkeit von Karma und dessen Wirkung, mögen sich all diese Widmungen und Gebete erfüllen. Mögen alle Leiden, die das Bewusstsein der fühlenden Wesen traurig stimmen, die entstanden sind durch Karma und zeitweilige Bedingungen, wie Schäden durch Graha-Geister, Krankheiten und Utas, niemals auftreten in den Bereichen der Welt. Möge jegliches Leiden durch lebensbedrohliche Krankheiten, die, so wie ein Metzger ein Tier zum Schlachtblock führt, Körper und Geist in einem Moment trennen, niemals auftreten in den Bereichen der Welt. Mögen alle Wesen unbeeinträchtigt sein von akuten, chronischen und anderen epidemischen Krankheiten, deren bloßes Hören ihres Namens die Wesen in Angst und Schrecken versetzt, so als ob sie in den Schlund Yamas des Herrn des Todes geraten wären. Mögen alle Wesen unbeeinträchtigt sein von den 80.000 Arten von Schädigern, den 360 bösen Geistern, die plötzlich zuschlagen, den 424 Krankheiten und so weiter. Möge jegliches Leiden, verursacht durch Beeinträchtigung der 4 Elemente, die Körper und Geist jedes Glück entziehen, vollständig befriedet sein. Und möge Körper und Geist Glanz und Kraft besitzen, so wie langes Leben, Gesundheit und Wohlbefinden. Durch das Mitgefühl der Gurus und der 3 Juwelen, durch die Macht der Dakinis, Dharma, Beschützer und Wächter und die Kraft der Wahrheit, der Unfehlbarkeit von Karma und dessen Wirkung, mögen sich all diese Widmungen und Gebete erfüllen. Mögen alle Leiden, die das Bewusstsein der fühlenden Wesen traurig stimmen, die entstanden sind durch Karma und zeitweilige Bedingungen, wie Schäden durch Graha-Geister, Krankheiten und Utas, niemals auftreten in den Bereichen der Welt. Möge jegliches Leiden durch lebensbedrohliche Krankheiten, die, so wie ein Metzger ein Tier zum Schlachtblock führt, Körper und Geist in einem Moment trennen, niemals auftreten in den Bereichen der Welt. Mögen alle Wesen unbeeinträchtigt sein von akuten, chronischen und anderen epidemischen Krankheiten, deren bloßes Hören ihres Namens die Wesen in Angst und Schrecken versetzt, so als ob sie in den Schlund Yamas des Herrn des Todes geraten wären. Mögen alle Wesen unbeeinträchtigt sein von den 80.000 Arten von Schädigern, den 360 bösen Geistern, die plötzlich zuschlagen, den 424 Krankheiten und so weiter. Möge jegliches Leiden, verursacht durch Beeinträchtigung der 4 Elemente, die Körper und Geist jedes Glück entziehen, vollständig befriedet sein. Und möge Körper und Geist Glanz und Kraft besitzen, sowie langes Leben, Gesundheit und Wohlbefinden. Durch das Mitgefühl der Gurus und der 3 Juwelen, durch die Macht der Dakinis, Dharma, Beschützer und Wächter und die Kraft der Wahrheit, der Unfehlbarkeit von Karma und dessen Wirkung, mögen sich all diese Widmungen und Gebete erfüllen. Möge wer den kostbaren, höchsten Erleuchtungsgeist noch nicht entwickelt hat, ihn entwickeln, und wer ihn entwickelt hat, ihn nie verringern, sondern immer weiter entfalten. Möge wer die kostbare, höchste Erkenntnis der Lehrheit noch nicht entwickelt hat, sie entwickeln, und wer sie entwickelt hat, sie nie verringern, sondern immer weiter entfalten. Wie viele kranke Wesen es auch gibt, mögen sie rasch befreit sein von aller Krankheit. Mögen alle Krankheiten der wandernden Wesen ohne Ausnahme niemals wieder auftreten. In allen meinen Leben, niemals getrennt von den vollkommenen Gurus, möge ich das herrliche Dharma genießen. Und durch die Vollendung der Qualitäten der Stufen und Pfade möge ich rasch den Zustand Vajradaras erreichen. So wie Erde, Wasser, Feuer und Wind, Medizin und die Bäume im Wald, möge ich immer genutzt werden von den fühlenden Wesen, so wie sie es sich wünschen, ohne Widerstand. Möge ich fühlende Wesen so stark wertschätzen wie mein eigenes Leben. Mögen fühlende Wesen mich wertschätzen. Möge all ihr negatives Karma an mir reifen und mögen all meine Verdienste ihnen zukommen. Der mutige Manjushri und Samantabhadra sahen, wie es ist. Um ihnen zu folgen, widme ich ebenso alle heilsamen Aktivitäten auf beste Weise. So wie die siegreichen Buddhas aller 3 Zeiten dem widmeten, was als das Höchste gepriesen, so widme auch ich alle Wurzeln des Heilsam, ganz dem edlen Bodhisattva-Verhalten. Durch alle Verdienste der 3 Zeiten, angesammelt von mir, den Buddhas, Bodhisattvas und allen Wesen, möge von jetzt an, welche Handlung auch immer ich ausführe, welche Erfahrungen auch immer ich mache, Höhen und Tiefen, Glück oder Leid, Gesundheit oder Krankheit, Gewinn oder Verlust, Reichtum oder Armut, Lob oder Kritik, Leben oder Tod, sogar Wiedergeburt in den Höllen. Was auch immer mir geschieht, mögen alle Erfahrungen in meinem Leben höchst nutzbringend sein, und indem ich selbst Erleuchtung erlange, möge ich alle Wesen dazu bringen, so rasch wie möglich die Erleuchtung zu erlangen. Solange wie der Raum besteht, solange wie es lebende Wesen gibt, so lange möge auch ich verweilen und ihr Leid zum Aufhören bringen. Und zum Abschluss noch die langen Lebensgebete für seine Heiligkeit den Dalai Lama. An das wunschgewährende, wunscherfüllende Juwel, Quelle von allem Nutzen und Glück in dieser Welt, an den unvergleichlichen, gütigen Tenzin Gyatso richte ich meine Bitten, und mögen sich all deine heiligen Wünsche sogleich erfüllen. Für Lama Zopa Rinpoche, mögest du, der die Verhaltensweisen des Erhabenen aufrechterhält und die siegreiche Lehre des sanften Beschützers bewahrt, hütet, ausbreitet, alles auf sich nimmt, sie zu festigen, und die Segenskraft der Ehrung der drei höchsten Juwelen erfüllt, zu unserem, deiner Schülerschutz ständig verweilen. Und für all unsere Lehrer, mögen die großartigen spirituellen Meister ein langes, gesundes Leben haben. Mögen die Wesen überall, soweit der Weltraum reicht, glücklich sein. Mögen ich und alle anderen ausnahmslos Heilsames entwickeln und beseitigen, was uns verdunkelt. Und möge uns der Segen zuteil werden, rasch die Buddhaschaft zu erlangen. Dann bedanke ich mich recht herzlich für alle, die an der deutschsprachigen Sitzung teilgenommen haben. And then I hand over to the Italian one. And
Hi.
hello, Agata. Hello, everybody.
Hi.
And I wish you a very beneficial session and a nice evening for everyone then.
Thank you so much, Tutta Dharma.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Hi. Buonasera a tutti. Ciao Mila. Ciao Irene. Ciao Isa. Siamo qua anche questa settimana che è volata veramente, mamma mia. Allora, io sono del centro Chanchucholing di Polava, è un centro fondato da Geshe Shetopten, Nord Italia. E quindi partiamo subito con la purificazione del respiro. Chiudiamo la narice destra e ispiriamo con la narice sinistra, visualizziamo che tutta l'energia dei 4 elementi, terra, acqua, fuoco e aria, e tutta l'energia positiva viene ispirata, entra dentro di noi. E all'altezza dell'ombelico cerchiamo di trattenere un attimo il respiro e poi ispiriamo immaginando che tutta la negatività, le paure, le nostre preoccupazioni, tutto quello che è negativo esce e va lontano, lontano. Facciamo questo esercizio per 3 volte con la narice sinistra, chiudendo la narice destra con la mano, poi con la narice destra e poi con tutte e 2 le narici. Ok, partiamo. Cambiamo mano. Ok, adesso pensiamo al motivo che ci ha portato qui adesso, cerchiamo di rigioire perché ci siamo presi del tempo per migliorare la nostra situazione a beneficio di tutti gli esseri senzienti. Pensiamo proprio intensamente, io voglio fare questa pratica per raggiungere nel più breve tempo possibile l'illuminazione. E in questo modo riuscirò effettivamente ad aiutare tutti gli esseri viventi. Ma in questo momento cerchiamo di essere molto felici di essere qua. Proprio rigioiamo del fatto che stiamo facendo una cosa molto, molto positiva, che fa parte di un karma collettivo iniziato tanto tempo fa, molto potente e di buon auspicio e di guarigione per tante persone. Quindi visualizziamo di fronte a noi Buddha sopra il nostro capo, Chenrezig, che emana raggi di luce che contengono offerte a tutti i Buddha e Bodhisattva e purificano e guariscono tutti gli esseri viventi, nessuno escluso. E quindi cerchiamo proprio di prendere rifugio insieme a tutti gli esseri viventi che con le mani giunte si affidano a Chenrezig, che è però la manifestazione del nostro Guru Radice. Ok, cominciamo. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharma Kaya. Questo è molto importante, bisogna crederci fino in fondo. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharma Kaya. Ripetiamo 3 volte, 2 volte, io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio è infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharma Kaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharma Kaya. Recitiamo una mala di Om Mani Padme Hum e visualizziamo appunto che la luce si diffonde, la luce di Chenrezig, l'energia positiva di corpo, parole, mente di Chenrezig arriva verso tutti gli esseri dei sei reami, li purifica completamente, e poi rientra nel nostro cuore. Questo è molto importante. La luce esce da noi, però rientra, deve sempre comunque rientrare, purificando anche, energizzata dal gesto di generosità rispetto agli altri. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Adesso leggiamo parecchie volte, la preghiera effettiva con entusiasmo, con forza, con coraggio. Crediamoci fino in fondo, perché questa grande possibilità che abbiamo di continuare questa maratona karmica è molto forte. Pensiamo, io posso effettivamente aiutare gli altri in questo preciso momento, quindi con forza, coraggio, determinazione. Se potete, cercate di continuare la visualizzazione, che comunque da Chenrezig al nostro capo esce luce e purifica tutti gli esseri viventi, facendo offerta a tutto il campo dei meriti, che poi rientra e ci dà ancora più forza, coraggio per continuare, ok? E cercate di essere molto positivi. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma, delle condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche, altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei tre rari supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas e dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, in cui il semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche e preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti grahe, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 re supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo, possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche, altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Visualizziamo ora che Chenrezig si assorbe dentro di noi e diventa di un solo sapore con noi, all'altezza del nostro cuore, su un fiore di loto, c'è il nostro Guru Radice che guarda verso l'esterno, e dai pori della nostra pelle esce la luce che purifica tutti gli esseri senzienti, pensiamo che li guarisce e tutte le persone sono felicissime di aver ricevuto questa grande energia, si trasformano in Buddha Chenrezig e volano verso la terra pura. Cerchiamo di pensare così. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporali, come i danni causati dagli spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 Rai Supremi, con il potere delle Dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma, da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche, altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 Rari Supremi, con il potere delle Dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche e preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai buddhas, dagli elementi, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dagli 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute, benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 Rari Supremi, con il potere delle Dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Passiamo alle dediche. possa la preziosa e suprema bodhicitta sorgere in chi non l'ha ancora generata e possa la mente che è già stata generata non diminuire mai, ma crescersi sempre di più. Sansara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca e causa-effetto e l'origine dipendente sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato del pensiero di Nagarjuna e che questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie. Possono tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più, senza eccezione. Facciamo una mala di Om Mani Padme Hum pensando in questo momento soprattutto all'India, perché è una fase apocalittica, veramente 3000 morti, sì, è una cosa assurda. E cerchiamo di pensare appunto a tutte le persone che sono morte per il Covid, che stanno male, ma anche in tutto il mondo. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Pensiamo agli infermieri, ai dottori, tutto il personale sanitario, ma anche quelli che fanno le pulizie e che sono nelle case di riposo, a tutte le persone che comunque assistono i malati. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Pensiamo anche a tutti i compagni di Dharma che possono avere forza, coraggio, entusiasmo per continuare a fare le pratiche e dedicare la loro energia e non avere mai ripensamenti in questo momento molto, molto delicato. Ricordatevi che noi siamo la luce, che la luce ha vinto, non c'è la paura, è soltanto un'ombra nella mente e quindi forza, coraggio a tutti quanti. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Un pensiero particolare a tutti i politici del mondo che prendano le decisioni giuste per il benessere di tutta l'umanità, non solo per se stessi, e che comunque siano illuminati nei loro pensieri. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Possa in tutte le mie vite non essere mai separato da guru perfetti. Possano io godere del magnifico Dharma, completando tutte le qualità dei terreni e sentieri. Posso io ottenere velocemente lo stato di Vajradhara. Per la forza del vittorioso Tsongkhapa, che agisce come il nostro diretto amico virtuoso Mahayana in tutte le nostre vite, possiamo non allontanarci mai, neppure per un secondo, dal puro sentiero ammirato dai vittoriosi. Possiamo io e tutti gli esseri senzienti incontrare gli insegnamenti del vittorioso Losandrakpa, che aveva la moralità di uno stile di vita purissimo. Era coraggioso nella condotta estesa dei figli dei vittoriosi e ha realizzato lo yoga dei 2 stadi della suprema bodhicitta, beatitudine e vacuità. Come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco, l'aria, le medicine, il legno da ardere nei monasteri, possa io essere sempre usato dagli esseri senzienti esattamente come loro fa comodo, senza alcuna resistenza. Possa io prendermi cura degli altri come della mia stessa vita. Possa io considerarli ancora di più che di me stessa. Possa il loro karma negativo maturare su di me. Possano tutte le mie virtù maturare su di loro. Fino a che tutti gli esseri senzienti non sono stati liberati dal samsara, possa io dimorare nel samsara per aiutarle, anche se potessi ottenere la suprema illuminazione. Per tutti i meriti del passato, del presente e del futuro accumulati da me, da innumerevoli Buddha, innumerevoli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti dell'esistere dalla loro parte, possa io, che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione, che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, e guidare tutti gli esseri che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte. Da solo, che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte. Come l'eroe Manjushri, come Samantabhadra hanno realizzato il modo di essere delle cose, nello stesso modo dedico totalmente tutte queste virtù affinché io possa seguirli nel loro addestramento. Dedico totalmente tutte le mie radici di virtù con la dedica considerata come la suprema di tutti i vittoriosi che sono apparsi nei 3 tempi per avere una condotta pura, affinché il sentiero del Dharma dei re del Dharma, Tsongkhapa, prosperi, possano tutti i segni e gli ostacoli essere pacificati e tutte le condizioni favorevoli essere completate. A causa dei 2 tipi di meriti e dei 3 tempi di me stessa e degli altri, possano gli insegnamenti del vittorioso Losandrapa illuminare e risplendere per sempre. Gioiello che esaudisce i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile, Thangtong Gyalpo ti supplico, possano i tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente. Tu che detieni l'etica del soggiogatore, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi, diffondi la dottrina dei vittoriosi in Manjunath, che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere che onorano i 3 supremi, Salvatore mio e degli altri, dei tuoi discepoli, per favore ti prego, vivi a lungo. Grazie veramente di cuore per esserci stati e buona settimana. Ciao Irene.
Ciao.
Ciao Mila. Ciao. Hello Dancho.
Hello, Agatha. How are you?
Hi, thank you. Yes.
You're always smiling. It's such a joy. It's really
Oh, thank you.
nice. No, it
Yeah.
makes such a difference, you know, but that's what we want. We want to meet nice people out there. It's so difficult when people get grumpy. So lovely smile. Thank you very much. And thank you
Okay.
everyone who joined Venerable Agatha.
Okay.
And it's lovely to see you. And I hope I see you next week.
Yes, next week.
All right.
Good.
God bless.
Good
Bye-bye.
session.
All right.
Ciao.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Ciao.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Damshu. I'm based in the UK. And lovely to see who got here. Okay. I haven't seen. Hello. Hello, Chenrezig Institute. Lars. I don't think you ever miss a Dharma session, really. There must be a heck of a lot of Dharma stuff going on before you go like, which one? And you still will try to get to everyone. Bless you. I know you had a busy day with the basic program, so lovely that you could appear here. And hello to everyone out there on Zoom and YouTube who hasn't sort of shown their faces and IDs. So thank you very much. So yes, it's been a busy odd weekend. You know, so with many teachings going on. You know, London had Geshe Namdak teaching basic program, and His Holiness was teaching this morning. Then of course prayerathon. His Holiness was teaching on the Heart Sutra, and we have some additional advice. I mean, we knew that His Holiness recommended us to recite the Tara mantra as often as we could, but I think his guideline is now 1,000 a day. So that is, well, about 10 rounds of a mala. Sounds a lot, but if we spread it out over the day, it's quite easily done. So we're going to we do quite a few extra malas on Tara today. We do short meditation to start with. Everyone who is joining us who hasn't been here before, the reason we're here is to follow the advice of our Guru Lama Zopa Rinpoche to recite the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer, a powerful prayer to clear away the pandemic and the causes for the pandemic. I mean, we've been going now since 1st of August. This is our 40th session. So a lot of things have changed throughout that time with the pandemic. We've seen now some flare-ups in India and Nepal, and some of our Dharma brothers in the monasteries have been affected. So we want to include them particularly today because, this is one of the lines where we say, and may their negative karma ripen upon us and our merits ripen on them. So talking with other sentient beings. So while we don't wish anyone ill, it's depending how you want to deal with being ill, you could do it in terms of Tonglen. We take it, so that others don't have to go through that suffering. And I think Lama Zopa wrote a lovely piece on, when someone said, I'm not particularly well, he goes like, hooray, think about all the karma that's ripening. That's one way of looking at it. And it's a bit character building, I mean, sometimes the pain we endure for a short time. Think about the hell beings and other beings that have to endure this, throughout all their lifetimes. It's quite an interesting concept. And sometimes, odd enough for us who are in the past to get the head around. So if you just listening and you go like, is he bonkers? Maybe, but we know that a positive outlook is very therapeutic. You can have patience. Those of you who are in the health service or, have experienced people suffering, it's sometimes amazing that those with the most severe things are the most cheerful. They don't want to be defined as their illness. They don't want to be defined by their suffering. They find something to hang on to. And sometimes, I don't know. I mean, even monks have passed, going out and you went out, maybe a little bit out for too long on a party, headache in the morning, we go, oh, I've got a headache. I mean, it's all relative, what we're used to, but the mind makes it worse. So, we focus a bit on that. So, so that's a bit of a gist. Yeah, so we do a little bit longer on Tara today. And then at the end, so I'm trying to hurry up, we do another little exercise. I know Lars knows I'm very fond of the Guardians and, the way, I perceive them. And we're going to do a little exercise at the end to see, how that ties in. So now Lars is probably scratching his head, wondering what's he coming up with this time. But I promise you, it's it's really a matter of what we generate in the mind and how we, maybe sometimes overanalyze reputations and imagery, to disadvantage that can create stumbling. So anyway, without further ado, hello, everyone who's joining us. Hello. Yes, let's take a moment just to relax and take a few deep breaths. And we do a little sort of short meditation, and we're just sort of, settling our breath. I want to read you a lovely post from Venerable Bear Curzon, a medical doctor, Western doctor, turned monk, and he's His Holiness's physician, one of his physicians, and he's mainly residing in Dharamsala. And he has a lovely, lovely post that came back up in my memory today, and I thought, yeah, we just need this right now. We really, really do, because we saw so much of the the pandemic sort of, going the right way, and then we have these big flare-ups in some parts of the world. So let's take a few moments just to take a few deep breaths. Let's go home. Let's return to joy. Let's release worry. Let's move beyond self-doubt. Let's part from cynicism. Let's be free from putting others down. Let's dissolve arrogance. Let's liberate jealousy. Let's sail anger to the other shore. Let's be happy. Let's fly like the birds. Let's smile like the dolphins. Let's play like the puppies. Let's love unconditionally, like there's no tomorrow. Let's be free. Let's go home. I think this post was very poignant when it appeared in my memory today. Because of all the things that happened, all the news that we heard from the monasteries, and some of our brothers and sisters in the Dharma, have been taken ill. I'm not saying that, Sangha are more important than other sentient beings, but given that, many of them are devoted to, to benefit other sentient beings, this is one of those things. Do we rejoice? Do we rejoice in the fact that they're, ripening karma? Do we rejoice that they've taken it upon themselves, to take the negative karma of others and give them their merit? We get far too hung up on all the negativity that's around. Even within there's joy to be found. We just need to look. We need to have a vision how to solve a problem. We need to have an idea. You don't just walk into the jungle and go like, okay, let's see where it ends up. You think where you can walk, you watch where you step, you cut yourself a path. Ideally, you leave yourself some markers so you find your way out. And the way out is the way home. And if we think about what it says, in the motivation for the prayerathon, we go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. That's where home is, the clarity of our mind. How we perceive it within, how we deal with matters within. We know that home is good. It's a joyous place, a warm place. We like a home. We like a really homely home, not a messy one that's confused and, aggravation all the time. Yet, in our mind, it's up to us. Keep it somewhat structured, keep it organized. We all can put our hand up and say, "God, blimey, let this room go. Would have taken me 5 minutes last week. This week it's going to take me an hour to tidy up. Or you can go and go like, oh, gee, look at this. There's no way I'm going to tidy this up. There's no point trying. And then we give up and we build it up more and more and more and more. Now we have more and more baggage to deal with. Now I feel even embarrassed. Why? Go home. Go home to the joy. Go home to the clarity of your mind. Enjoy the peace. You set the rules. It's up to you if you want to feel upset because somebody who's in pain might not talk nicely to you. If I drive my car over your foot, you're not going to go and say, oh, thank you very much. Pleasure to meet you. You'll probably yell at me. But that's the pain speaking. And the annoyance. Didn't you see my foot? I can take offense to that. Why are you shouting at me? Why did you put your foot in front of my wheel? It doesn't solve anything. Just accept that others, like we ourselves, experience suffering on so many levels. Body, speech, and mind. It's sometimes easier to have a broken arm because people know why you might be feeling a bit, off. Oh, that must hurt. Your eyes look a bit glazed. They must be giving you some strong painkillers. But if the mind suffers and nothing is shown outside, are we as compassionate? I think most of us would go like, well, just put yourself together, like we did in the old days. Just think of, wanting to be pain-free, wanting the joy, wanting to be home. Home is where the heart is. And our heart should be directed by love and compassion for all other sentient beings. And there should also be compassion for ourselves. Be kind. Return to the joy of an existence that only knows happiness and no suffering. May all beings enjoy happiness and the causes of happiness. May all beings be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May all beings be never apart from the supreme bliss which is free from suffering. May all sentient beings live in great equanimity, free from the attachment and aversion to keep some close and others distant. Venerable Bina today also spoke about indifference. We have aversion and attachment. Attachment to those we like, aversion to those we don't like, indifference to everything else. Can we afford to be indifferent to all these beings that we don't really mix with? No. So we must embrace them. All beings want an existence that is free from suffering. May we be the cause for them to be free from suffering. May we be the cause for their happiness. Like a precious gift. Don't we rejoice ourselves when we see that our gift is well received? So what gives greater joy to another being than experience happiness rather than pain? Let's visualize in the space in front of us our Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig. If you had the initiations, feel free to self-generate, if not just visualize the deity in the space in front above the crown of your head. If you're joining us from a different path, a different faith, please visualize the deity you most closely associate with love and compassion. If you're following us from a spiritual path that is, not engaging in deities, please visualize a clear light in the space in front of you above the crown of your head, and let that light be filled with love and compassion. Visualize that light emanates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions. And with each light beam I carried love and compassion and purifying essence to all sentient beings, infinite in number, near, far, across the 6 realms. Each light beam finds one of those sentient beings and enters their bodies to the crown of their heads, filling them with that loving, compassionate, purifying nectar, cleansing away all negative karma and delusions of the mind of all past lifetimes. Cleansing the bodies atom by atom and the spaces between those atoms. Like a refreshing shower when you've been out all day, maybe working in the field, coming home dusty and dirty. Just wanting to wash it all off, feeling refreshed, rejuvenated. Soothing the aches and pains. And you may even, feel so good that you start singing, in the shower as we do. And that's all right. Be happy. Return home. Return to the joy. And as we experience that happiness ourselves, we can recognize that all sentient beings like us, enjoy, being cleansed, being purified, having the burdens of so many lifetimes taken off their shoulders. And we recognize it's through the actions of our body, speech, and mind that we have caused much harm. Having put others down, it made us look better. Just to strengthen our position, making us feel good. But we've done the opposite. We cause suffering to others because of that level of arrogance. We sown the seeds for suffering for ourselves. We regret those actions of the past. We ask all mother sentient beings for forgiveness. And inspired by the great love and compassion of the Guru and our trust in the Guru deity, may we call other sentient beings to join us in taking refuge in the Guru. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. Having invited Mother Sentient Beings to join us and taken refuge in the Guru smiles, and as the Guru smiles, the purifying essence intensifies, and more of that negative karma and delusions being cleansed away. And our bodies begin to glow atom by atom in space between those atoms, until we radiate light back to the Guru. As we're being filled more and more with that loving kindness, we also begin to exchange ourselves with other sentient beings, sharing the joy of liberation, becoming one light source, one mind stream, and becoming one with the Guru. May our collective light be a bright beacon for those who are still lost in the darkness, trying to find their way home. Home to the joy of no suffering. And as we recite the Mani Mantra, we keep on visualizing how we exchange ourselves with other sentient beings, and how we all collectively become brighter and brighter as one light, like a glorious sunrise in the morning. And remember that Om represents body, speech, and mind, the aspect that kept us in samsara, but also the holy aspect of the Guru. In order to transform into the holy aspect of the Guru's body, speech, and mind, we need to acquire wisdom, compassion, Mani, and Padma, and combine them in Om. So as we recite the Mani Mantra, keep on visualizing how you exchange yourself, how you become purer and purer, and how more and more sentient beings join us. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Having recognized our faults of body, speech, and mind of previous lifetimes, this is great love and compassion of the great Guru deity. Having shown remorse and requested forgiveness from all other sentient beings for what we've done over past lifetimes, and the recitation of the Mani mantras, may we now see ourselves as pure in the aspect of the Guru deity, and holding on to that pure state for as long as we possibly can, at least until the end of this session, so that we can be of maximum benefit to all sentient beings. We're now reciting about to recite the Tara mantra. As said, His Holiness advised that we should do about 1,000 recitations a day, given the current circumstances. And as we recite the Tara mantra, let's remember that Om again represents the body, speech, and mind of Tara, the holy aspect. Tara liberates us from samsara. Tutara liberates from the 8 fears of ignorance, hatred, attachment, pride, jealousy, wrong view, doubt, miserliness. And Tura liberates us from disease and illnesses, both physical and mental. So if you visualize the Great Mother Tara in the space in front, with green in color, and we call upon the Great Mother to help clear away any obstacles that may arise, body, speech, and mind, and not just for us, but for all sentient beings, so that we may perform this practice with the purest of intentions and without contaminants. Maybe also, as we recite this mantra, dedicate it to the long life of His Holiness, 14th Dalai Lama, who has been such a great beacon of love and compassion to so many of us. Let's have a look where we see how many we can do. Forget about 3 versions done. At least you have a head start to finish off the rest. Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha. So let's visualize now that all obscurations have been removed from the practice that we're doing tonight, and that Tara, Great Mother Tara, will keep them at bay. But still, that doesn't mean we just open the doors, and let everything come in again. So just be respectful to the Great Mother, although she's always happy to help us and will help us, like any mother, good mother would. We shouldn't be taking liberties. We still should show respect. Reciting we can invite the guardians now to join us. We do Vajrayana and Black Manjushri. So for Vajrayana, we invite Vajrapani. And as I said, those of you who listened to me before, despite their appearances, we should embrace these beings. They choose to help us. They promise to help us, to back us. In the same way, like a mother's face changes, from you do something well, she smiles at you. You do something stupid and silly, like putting a fork in a socket, she will fly and, stand her ground and give you good telling off. And that's really what these wonderful beings do as well. Yet we judge them on their appearance. On the other hand, imagery has always been sort of one of those wonderful things, And, if you think about what would you have as a guard dog? Would you go for a little, pug? Or would you put a Doberman in your front garden to keep the burglars away? So again, what are we sending? What are we setting for? What message are we sending? So, and these beings are no different. We should really love and respect them for what they are, who they are, and what they're willing to do for us. Protect us from our own stupidity and our own mistakes. And our mistakes cannot just harm us, but also other beings. But they also will step in to protect us from harm from other beings. So embrace them, don't just judge them on their appearance. Judge them on their merits. So let's visualize, start with Vajrayana. If you visualize ferocious looking dark blue Vajrapani in the space in front, his 2 feet are stretched out and he holds a Vajra in the right hand and a snake lasso in the left. His body is ablaze with transcendental wisdom fire. And from his body are emitted 5 Garudas, iron scorpions, black pigs, wind, fire, and noxious vapors of poisonous gases, which, like poisonous, violent hailstorms and winds, destroy all disease, epidemics, bad harms, and interferers. And again, I must stretch what His Holiness advice was on beings. We don't destroy the beings if we don't have to. Where's the benefit in destroying the being? What we're trying to destroy is the motivation for the being to act in a certain way. A cat is a cat. It catches mice. That's its nature. So what if we can change the cat from killing mice, then there's already positive outlook. That's what we're trying to change. We don't kill the cat so it stops eating the mouse. We're trying to get it to engage in a way that long term, through the lifetime's benefits, its liberation. So as we recite the mantra, keep on visualizing how you put on a protective suit or armor to protect yourself from outside influences. But if you think about surgical terms, how you protect the patient from anything that you haven't cleansed properly yourself. So we have a two-way barrier to protect both patient and the surgeon. Vajapedum Padmaswari Ped Nipashinaganang Taita Savrita Hanana Vajna Brakshak Soha Vajapedum Padmaswari Ped Nipashinaganang Taita Savrita Hanana Vajna Brakshak Soha Vajapedum Padmaswari Ped Nipashinaganang Taita Savrita Hanana Vajna Brakshak Soha Vajapedum Padmaswari Ped Nipashinaganang Taita Savrita Hanana Vajna Brakshak Soha Vajapedum Padmaswari Ped Nipashinaganang Taita Savrita Hanana Vajna Brakshak Soha Om Vajapedum Padmaswari Ped Nipashinaganang Taita Savrita Hanana Vajna Brakshak Soha Om Vajapedum Padmaswari Ped Nipashinaganang Taita Savrita Hanana Vajna Brakshak Soha. So put on the armor. So now we call on Black Manjushri to join us. And again, if you think about armor going into battle, you wouldn't go into battle with at least bringing a first aid kit. Ideally, bring a field surgeon. So if you look at, the Black Manjushri from that point, or, as part of the medical team when you're looking after patients, you got the surgeon, you got the anesthetist, you got the helpers, you got the students and whoever's in there making the operation possible. So we visualize Black Manjushri with the wrathful face and three eyes. He has two hands, and the left he holds a scripture, and the right holds a sword. He's adorned with precious bone ornaments, and he stands in the midst of a mass of fire. Flames of clear light emanating from his heart, pervading inside and outside of our bodies and the bodies of all other sentient beings, purifying all negative karmas, obstructions, sickness, spirits, see previous dangers, and burning away all black magic, curses, and so forth. So we do 7 recitation of that as well. Om tam chu chu su du su dum su ningula chakala chakap shantam pepe su. Om tam chu chu su du su dum su ningula chakala chakap shantam pepe su. Om tam chu chu su du su dum su ningula chakala chakap shantam pepe su. Om tam chu chu su du su dum su ningula chakala chakap shantam pepe su. Om tam chu chu su du su dum su ningula chakala chakap shantam pepe su. Om tam chu chu su du su dum su ningula chakala chakap shantam pepe su. Om tam chu chu su du su dum su ningula chakala chakap shantam pepe. So having fully prepared ourselves, by purifying ourselves, making sure the environment is clear of any obstructions, wearing the correct gear and having the right backup. We're now reciting the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo, and we recite 3 times. 3 times you do. Pardon me. And if you think about reciting, for each recitation, body, speech, and mind are the areas where we cause harm and generate suffering. So, one recitation for body, one for speech, one for mind. And again, if you have the time, you can multiply that, for each individual realm and for each being in those realms. May all disease that in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, bitterness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. by the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grasping illness and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in the means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names therefore beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings now due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So one more time, really, really, with the purest of intention, with the purest heart, wish for all the effects of the pandemic to cease. You know, all the causes, the seeds of the suffering, may they be burned and destroyed. May the sick be restored to good health. May those who have died be reborn in favorable conditions. May those who have suffered hardships by whatever means be given whatever resources are necessary to return to the joy that is existence without suffering. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grasp, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind, it means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the misounds of whose names therefore beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings now due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. When we look at the paragraph where it says, may all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers and 360 evil spirits. How many would have looked at this verse and say, okay, these are beings that still need our compassion. They might interfere and they might do harm, but they still need our love and compassion. So we can't exclude them. Although we point out that they do certain things, they still need our love and compassion so that they themselves may be freed. Okay, let's go for dedications. May we dedicate for the benefit of all mother sentient beings. May all beings be free from suffering and its causes. May we be the cause for them to be free from suffering and enjoy the happiness that is free from suffering. May we dedicate to the community of Sangha, not just our tradition, but all traditions, for their kind dedications in, keeping the flame of Dharma alive by studying, giving teachings, engaging in translations, running projects. May all our brothers and sisters live long and healthy lives and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May they never be far from a virtuous friend, and this in all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the lay community for the kind support of the Sangha, given their time and expertise and skills and finances freely to ensure that Dharma centers can run for the benefit of all sentient beings, that teachings can take place and events, that buildings can be maintained, books printed, and charitable projects can ripen. May they all live long and healthy lives. May they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible in this and all future lifetimes. May they never be separated from the Sangha community and virtuous friends wherever they go. May we dedicate our precious gurus who so kindly have guided us along the path, holding our hands at the beginning and then setting us more and more extensive tasks so that we may develop and engage. May we never displease those friends. May they all live long and healthy lives. May we never be separated from them in this and all future lifetimes. May we dedicate particularly to His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama for his great love and compassion for all sentient beings, the shining beacon of compassion, still advocating dialogue over violence and compassion for all. May His Holiness's wishes be swiftly fulfilled, and may we see him one day return to be amongst his people in Tibet freely. May we always benefit from his guidance in this and all future lifetimes. May we also dedicate to Lama Zopa Rinpoche for his kind wisdom and foresight to give us this task of prayerathon, to engage us in much deeper, on much deeper levels in our practices to be of benefit to all sentient beings. May Lama Zopa live a long and healthy life. May we always be a virtuous friend and guide in this and all future lifetimes. Due to all the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen rise and grow. May that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of these 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's lives, hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time. And may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment which is completely empty of existing from my own side, from its own side. And lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. So the long love prayers for His Holiness and Lama Zopa. Gangri rawe kwe jingam di pendan deva malu jangwe ne Chenrezig Yatsu yin shape site badu thank you chi. Tupzil sheng xing yam gyung gyalwe tenzing pelwe kunzu duk po tse chok sum kwe leg tu Badak sok dul je gundu shapte shu. So this completes the prayers in this session. But as I promised, I wanted to do something just towards the end, to set you a little challenge. And I want you all to just find a quiet place within. Maybe shut your eyes, or whatever you need to do to have a visualize. And I'd like you to visualize the following being. He has terrible tusks and terrible claws. He has terrible teeth in his terrible jaws. He has knobbly knees and turned out toes and a poisonous wart at the end of his nose. His eyes are orange. His tongue is black. He has purple prickles all over his back. Think about what you see. What image? Think how we described the being in what words. And think about what we said about the guardians. We sometimes hear their appearance being described. How terrifying or terrible did you get that image of that being? Some of you who are listening may know exactly what this being is I'm talking about. Some of you may not. So the image that you have will vary greatly. So let me show you the being. Here you go. It's the Gruffalo. Here you go, yeah? And despite his appearance, the Gruffalo had a child. Yeah? And he may be ugly, but many kids love him and they hug him. Yeah? So although he's not the prettiest thing in somebody's playbox, he's quite kind and gives comfort. So when you think about the guardians, don't be mean, give them a hug. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much, Chenrezig Institute. Thank you very much, everybody who joined me this evening. And well, I'll see you afterwards. Hello, Paloma. Hello, Fabio. How are you? Thank you very much, Lars.
Hello.
And so what did you make of this one, Fabio?
Maybe Sophie loves your puppy. Maybe Sophie.
Oh no, she can't have this one. Are you mad? No. She has a bunny with a bunny holding a bunny with bunny slippers.
Oh,
and
really?
she had that toy for 15 years, and she still sleeps with it.
Oh,
so,
next,
no. This is no. She can't have the Gruffalo.
Okay. This is your.
Yeah, it's sweet, isn't it? No, it's it's the oddity, isn't it? We associate so much. We always have this projection. Anything that is good looking has to be the right thing. But if you think about con artists, what do? They disguise themselves very easily.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever do you see a con artist who really comes to you looking like a right scruff?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, do you want to buy some insurance? They come in really slick. They come in disguise.
Yeah.
If you can show yourself, and if you can be loved with warts and all, I think that's the purest of love you can give and receive.
Mm-hmm.
That's anyway. So, but you know what? While I was doing this, and I thought, like, who else uses cuddly toys? Tons of them. And that was totally unplanned. I was just when I was holding, I thought, Lama Zopa, he always has toys around him. Yeah. And I really didn't think of that. It was just really with the image that we always give, the imagery that we go. But, we'd like to dress up sometimes really sort of as ghouls and ghosts and things like that, when there's Halloween or stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And we embrace it on that side. But, when it comes to sort of guardians, we go, oh, look at them, their fears. But I just thought, the Gruffalo. Again, was a nice description of the Gruffalo. And I don't know, Lars, how was your vision of that being? Was it what you were expecting? Bless him. Anyway, I love that little post, you shared from His Holiness, the 1,000 recitations. So we did a few extras in this. I thought, might as well get used to reciting the Tara a bit more.
Right.
So, but that was lovely. Thank you very much for sharing. Love the image.
Oh, welcome. Today we will do some Tara mantras after the session at the end,
mm-hmm.
in order to encourage the people not to follow the advice.
Yeah. No, that's the thing. It's just again, it's such a beautiful thing, and and actually, while we're talking about Tara, anybody who's looking sort of for a guidebook about Tara, there is there is a wonderful book by Geshe Tenle, Noble Tara, the great Mother Liberator, and it's a wonderful thing, and I have to actually find the link for people because it's nice if you engage in practice that you actually know who the Taras are, rather than just again, what am I talking about? But it's a nice book, a nice commentary.
It's free, right?
It is free. It's free to download. I mean, you can leave donations. If you want a hard copy, it costs you a little bit. I think it's actually more the postage than it is the book. And so, it's a wonderful little book and a nice guide for anyone, I think. So, particularly with Tara becoming more and more, widespread now in the given times. People find a way to do more Tara stuff. So, thank you very much for that reminder. And it's good. It's good that we shared. I couldn't share that post, but Lars, carry on. Finish the 1,000 today. I know you will. Poor man had a long day. Anyway, hello, Paloma. Lots of love. How are you? No, I better hand over to you so you can start. I know that you have these wonderful people. Oh, I like this. Oh, great. I like this. Oh, what? Oh, that's you. No, we had some wonderful feedback last week. Ginny and Nana, if you're listening out there, thank you very much. Lovely feedback. You know, you said you would be in and out throughout the weekend. Lovely to have you all back. All those of you who join us on and off across the week, you know, on live or on recordings afterwards. Thank you very much for being here, for giving us all that encouragement to carry on. And on that note,
thank you. Gracias.
Wonderful people. Okay, take care. Oh, I see you at the end. I take over from you.
Oh, then
No worries. I see you after. See, I'm saying goodbye and I'm coming back. See you later. Bye-bye.
A ti.
Hola, lo tenía apagado el micrófono, creía que estaba activado. Vaya, hoy hace varias sesiones, por lo que veo, Dancho.
Por lo visto, sí, no lo sabía que me seguía luego a mí.
Que no ha habido sustitución, no ha habido alguien que la haya cogido, seguramente.
Sí, aunque bueno, en las noticias estas que manda dijo que ayer.
Está en 2 sitios solo.
Sí. Vamos a esperar 2 minutitos porque aún
Yes.
viendo gente.
Bueno, muy bien.
¿Qué tal? ¿Todo bien?
Bien, aquí nada, con cositas, como siempre. Bueno, tengo que decir que el libro ya está impreso, pero se publica el día 20 porque es un día auspicioso, pero yo ya sé que está impreso, el de Ciencia y Filosofía, y bueno, haremos una publicidad, a ver esta semana si hago un anuncio y lo comparto con los centros para que la gente sepa que ya va a ser publicado pronto y que bueno, que ojalá llegue a muchos, eso es de lo que se trata.
Darle una presentación buena.
Haré lo que pueda.
No por tu parte, que será sin duda excelente, sino porque, ¿sabes? Posiblemente...
No sé todavía a nivel oficial qué tipo de presentación va a haber, pero yo por lo menos darlo a conocer entre nuestros círculos, es de lo que se trata.
O sea, que a la venta sale el 20, ¿no? El día 20.
Sí, porque ellos lo querían sacar antes, pero estuve viendo una fecha auspiciosa y entonces pues el 20 era un buen día para sacarlo. Entonces digo, pues venga.
¿No había otra fecha auspiciosa ya?
¿El qué?
¿No había otra fecha auspiciosa ya mismo, no el 20?
Es que originalmente lo querían sacar el 17, pero ya ves que ya lo tienen. Claro, si yo supiera que hubiera sido que ya lo tenían ya, pues igual hubiéramos buscado una fecha antes, pero ya el 20 hemos quedado y entonces será el 20 cuando lo saquen.
¿Cómo se va a poder comprar? ¿La propaganda estoy haciendo, Paloma?
Sí, a través de los centros y a través de la editorial, tanto en España como allí en Latinoamérica.
¿Y Amazon?
Pues no lo sé si a través de Amazon se vende, no lo sé, pero desde luego a través de la editorial y a través de nuestros centros sí, eso no cabe duda.
Vale, porque el italiano sí que se puede conseguir a través de Amazon y desde el minuto 1 además lo pusieron.
Pues eso será ellos, eso se dependerá de la editorial que lo promocione en Amazon o no, ya preguntaré, ¿sabes?
Bueno, pues nada, un llamamiento desde aquí a que se difunda lo más posible ese maravilloso libro y ya a por el segundo.
Estamos en ello, en el segundo.
Muy bien. Bueno, pues ahora sí, buenas noches a todo el mundo. Buenas noches a venerable Paloma, que está aquí incombustible.
Cascando.
Mucho tiempo. Y buenas tardes a los que os estéis conectando desde América Latina, desde México, Colombia, y buenas noches desde los que estáis en España. Vamos a continuar con este maratón de oraciones en un día muy bonito que ha estado lleno de enseñanzas increíbles, ¿no? Por la mañana su santidad el Dalai Lama con el Sutra del Corazón y por la tarde su santidad Sakya Trisim con unas bendiciones que nos ha dado de unos mantras de Chenrezig, de Manjusri, de Barrapani, de Barraquilaya para eliminar obstáculos. Así es que el día no ha podido ser mejor para acumular méritos. Méritos que hacen falta, ya vemos que la cosa no mejora, incluso va a peor, por desgracia. Ahí estamos todos desde la situación de India y de Nepal, que es terrible, incluso con algunos de gente nuestra, conocida por todos allí, que viven allí desde hace tiempo. por los que pedimos con especial dedicación. Así es que, bueno, pues vamos a empezar. Tomamos unos momentos de calma, de relajación, fijándonos en la respiración. Vamos permitiendo que surja el espacio y el silencio en nuestro interior desde los que vamos a hacer esta práctica. Sentimos el cuerpo, la respiración, el movimiento del pecho expandiéndose, contrayéndose. Y fundamentalmente dejamos pasar pensamientos, problemas, conceptos, como si fueran nubes en el cielo. Desde este estado de calma generamos una motivación lo más altruista posible, una motivación de bodhicitta pensando en lo maravilloso que sería que pudiéramos llevar a todos los seres, incontables seres, amigos, enemigos, humanos, no humanos, los que nos gustan, los que no nos agradan tanto, a la preciosa iluminación, sin dejar a ninguno fuera. Sería maravilloso. Se extinguiría el sufrimiento. Y para reforzar esa motivación, visualizamos a nuestra derecha, a nuestro Padre, a nuestra izquierda, a nuestra Madre. No importa si ya no viven o están lejos, ahora los visualizamos a nuestro alrededor, haciendo esta práctica con nosotros. Nuestra espalda situamos nuestros seres más cercanos, más queridos, incluso aquellos por los que sabemos que sentimos algún tipo de apego, de aferramiento. Y delante, las personas que nos agitan o aquellos con los que tuvimos problemas en el pasado, los estamos teniendo ahora, frente a nosotros, meditando igual que nosotros, buscando la felicidad igual que nosotros. Alrededor están todos los seres del universo, tantos que nuestros ojos no alcanzan a ver el final. Ahí están los incontables seres, humanos, devas, asuras, animales de todas clases, pretas, seres de los infiernos, seres del bardo, en particular los que han entrado en él en los últimos 49 días. En este punto aprovechas y visualizas e incluyes a todos los seres que conozcas, por los que quieras rezar de manera especial, enfermos, fallecidos, en dificultades, y los visualizas a tu alrededor, sintiendo que tú los estás llevando a la preciosa iluminación. Pero hay tantos seres que nuestra mente podría sentirse frustrada o desalentada. En ese punto recordamos que contamos con la ayuda de los Budas y de los Bodhisattvas, y en especial de Guru Avalokitesvara, a quien visualizamos en el espacio frente a nosotros, por encima de ti y de todos esos incontables seres en el aspecto que nos sea más cómodo. Ahí está Chenrezig sobre un loto, sol y luna, 4 brazos, 2 brazos, de pie, sentado como te sea más cómodo, con un cuerpo glorioso que irradia luz en todas las direcciones del espacio. indiferenciable de su santidad el Dalai Lama, que es el Buda de la compasión en este mundo, y del resto de nuestros maestros, de Lama Zopa Rinpoche, de nuestros maestros personales, de nuestros geses. Meditamos así unos momentos, dejando que nuestra mente se llene de devoción al maestro, al gurú, viéndolo como inseparable de la deidad, de las tres joyas, del resto de budas y bodhisattvas y del supremo campo de méritos. Guru Avalokitesvara nos mira y nos sonríe. Esa sonrisa simboliza y representa que nos comprende, que nos entiende, que sabe exactamente cuál es la causa de nuestro sufrimiento y que trabaja por liberarnos de ella a nosotros y al resto de seres. Con una mente llena de confianza, de total confianza hacia las tres joyas y hacia Avalokitesvara y hacia los maestros, tomamos refugio 3 veces, pensando que lo estamos tomando, que lo estamos recitando de parte de todos los seres que nos rodean, nuestros padres, seres queridos, los que nos agitan y el resto de seres. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro. Buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro. Buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro. Buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Tomamos refugio en la asamblea de maestros espirituales, las deidades de meditación y las dakinis. Tomamos refugio en la claridad vacía de nuestra propia mente, el Dharmakaya. Sentimos así que tanto nosotros como el resto de seres estamos bajo la protección, el refugio, la guía de Chenrezig y de su santidad el Dalai Lama. ¿Son lo mismo? De su cuerpo surge luz con la que nos baña a nosotros, nos inunda por completo a nosotros y al resto de seres, bendiciéndonos, purificándonos, colmándonos de cualidades, activando los potenciales de nuestras cualidades y sobre todo erradicando la causa fundamental de todo sufrimiento, que es el aferramiento ordinario al yo y a los fenómenos. Recitamos unos momentos el mantra y sentimos que con la vibración del mantra todas esas cualidades cobran aún más fuerza, toman más fuerza. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme hum.
Bueno, pues pensamos especialmente en aquellos que ahora están sufriendo más intensamente debido a la pandemia, pensar en los que están allí en la India, en Nepal, también Brasil, estos países en los que falta el oxígeno, faltan los medios más básicos. Entonces pensamos especialmente tanto en ellos como en los sanitarios de esos países.
Gracias. Vale, pues con todo eso en mente, recitamos. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu y en un solo instante no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Que puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos, que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente, y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 om mani padme hum. Hacemos la segunda recitación y esta segunda recitación la ofrecemos especialmente por todos los que estáis conectados en cualquier parte del mundo, en España, en México, en Colombia, en cualquier parte del mundo, ahora mismo, por vuestros familiares, conocidos, amigos, seres queridos que hayan fallecido por coronavirus o por cualquier otro motivo, que estén enfermos, que estén en dificultades por vuestras propias necesidades. Por unos momentos piensa en ti, en tus necesidades, obstáculos y en las de ellos y pides de corazón que se resuelvan por la fuerza de nuestros méritos. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Que puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero que separa en el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Que puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om mani padme hum, 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 om mani padme hum. Mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 om mani padme hum. Hacemos la tercera recitación que ofrecemos en especial por todos los fallecidos a causa de la pandemia en el pasado y los que lo están haciendo ahora por cualquier otro motivo en cualquier parte del mundo, en hospitales, en sus casas, en clínicas, que puedan ser guiados a una tierra pura, la tierra pura de Chenrezig, el Potala, que puedan estar protegidos por las 3 joyas, por todos los maestros. También la ofrecemos por las personas y seres que padecen de desequilibrios de los elementos y que padecen de desastres naturales como terremotos, incendios, inundaciones. Pedimos de corazón que puedan los elementos que constituyen el universo, tierra, fuego, agua, viento, armonizarse y desaparecer esos desastres. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres si son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos, que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las Dakini, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Visualiza que por la fuerza de tus oraciones, Guru Chenrezig está extremadamente complacido en el espacio frente a ti, se disuelve en luz y se absorbe en ti a través de tu coronilla y de la de todos los seres que te rodean, tus padres, seres queridos, los que te agitaban y resto de seres a tu alrededor. Todos recibimos esas bendiciones, cualidades, logros que Chenrezig transporta, tiene. Y en especial recibimos la sabiduría que nos permite erradicar la mente que se aferra al yo ordinario. Y ahora vamos a hacer unos cuantos mantras de Tara. Ya sabéis que su santidad hace unos días, su santidad el Dalai Lama ha aconsejado que para contrarrestar o para frenar la expansión de la pandemia, se hicieran 10 malas al día, que hiciéramos cada uno 10 malas, 10 rosarios al día del mantra de Tara. Ahora no vamos a hacer los 10 malas, pero os animamos a que lo incorporéis en vuestra práctica diaria y que los hagáis, ¿no? Que es una manera muy poderosa de seguir creando méritos. Entonces le pedimos de corazón a la Madre Tara que nos ayude, que ayude a los seres, en especial a todos aquellos que se están viendo afectados de manera extrema por esta situación tan difícil, que las vacunas actúen, que las vacunas den su efecto, que las vacunas y tratamientos de todo tipo lleguen a todos los seres, y muy en especial nos acordamos de toda la gente en India y Nepal, en Brasil, en aquellos sitios en donde están ocurriendo auténticos estragos, a donde no llega de momento las ayudas. Con todos esos seres en nuestro corazón, recitamos el mantra Om Tare Tu Tare Ture Swaha, 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 Om Tare, Om Tare, Om Tare, Om Tare, Om Tare. Om tare tutare ture swaha, 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 om tare tutare ture swaha. Hacemos las oraciones de larga vida de nuestros maestros, pidiendo de corazón que estén con nosotros hasta el final del samsara, hasta que el samsara esté vacío, que nos sigan guiando, que nos sigan bendiciendo y dando sus preciosas enseñanzas. Empezamos por la de su santidad el Dalai Lama. Jite hemen kandir bende malupa gale kejuwe sampele jisino Kaji insume tensi gyatsola solwa hadeso tu se Joya que concedes y colmas los deseos, fuente de todo beneficio y felicidad en este mundo. A ti de bondad incomparable, Tenzin Gyatso, te suplico que todos tus sagrados deseos se cumplan espontáneamente. Pedimos lo mismo también para nuestro director espiritual, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, que pueda la vida de Rinpoche ser larga, firme, muy estable, que pueda visitarnos muy pronto, que podamos nosotros ir a sus enseñanzas de manera presencial muy pronto también. Tusul chamsin jangong yelwe tehen si yon pelwe kun sodo pose chosun kulwe le mon tudu pahata sodu jegondu saten so. Posees la ética del sabio y sostienes la doctrina del victorioso Manjusri, protegiéndola y extendiéndola, actúas soportándolo todo con firmeza. Realizas con maestría oraciones magníficas que honran a las tres joyas. Eres mi protector y el de los demás discípulos, y ruego que tengas una larga vida. Y por último, dedicamos todos los méritos que hemos generado, regocijándonos de corazón de haber tenido un rato de compartir la práctica juntos, y los dedicamos todo este potencial positivo a todo lo que hemos ido diciendo durante la práctica. Yewadi jinyu duda lama sangye drugyune rowa chikyan malupa deji salago paraso chanchu sencho rinpoche mage panam ye guchi Yewa nyampa me payan, gone gondu pelwazo. Muy bien, muchísimas gracias a todos. Gracias, venerable Paloma. Nada. Recordaros que el maratón sigue y que el sábado que viene a las 10 de la mañana, hora española, pues estará Paloma otra vez cogiendo el testigo. Gracias.
Muchas gracias y nada, hasta el próximo sábado.
Cuidado. Thank you.
A ver. Ahora entrará Dancho, ¿no?
Sí, ahora está aquí Dancho.
Muy bien. Hello, dear. Hello also.
Good morning. Good evening.
Hello.
Good night. Dear, good night.
Sangha are like buses. You can't find one and then you get many at once. How are you?
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Everything.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, bye-bye. Ciao.
Bye-bye, Paloma. Much love. Bye.
Ciao.
Oh, lovely. Oh, no, it's always wonderful. It's such a joy, you know, it's sort of, even at the end of the day, when you have prayerathon, you know, you follow throughout the day, the energy is just constant. There's always so much joy when people come on and the handovers. And look at that smile we get from Chenrezig Institute. I don't know whether you get to see this. I think you're hidden. How dare you hide? No, it's anyway, lovely to have you here. So are you
Thank you
finished
very
your
much.
shift? Yes, you must be finishing the video now, isn't it? Are you going
Now,
to the end, or you're just standing in?
I'm just starting now.
Ah, you see,
Yes.
that's dedication. Yeah, a few
Yes.
more hours to go. But no, it's lovely. Thank you very much.
Happy hours. Thank
Yes,
you.
no, thank you very much indeed. Yes, my name is Dabju, in case you haven't worked that one out yet on the screen with my little naughty thingy there. If you've seen me before, you know, I'm a bit quirky. But thank you very much, everyone who's joined Prayerathon throughout the day and for the past 40 events. It's now our 40th today, 40th Prayerathon. And before you know it, we're going to be on the 50th, which I think is going to be 10th of July. So another little milestone in this project. So beautifully, initiated by Lama Zopa, who told us to get down and do some praying for the benefit of all sentient beings and really engage with the practice. So thank you very much, Lama Zopa. May live a long and healthy life. And thank you also for our lovely friend to Chenrezig Institute for being such wonderful hosts who have been diligently posting this event on YouTube and Zoom since it all started. Actually, it started slightly before because we had the Heart Sutrathon in July last year, which triggered Lama Zopa to say, here you go, if you don't mind doing 24 hours, do the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer. But anyway, we only got half an hour, so rather than bore you to tears, thank you very much. If you're a regular visitor, if you're new to Prayerathon, the purpose of us being here is to recite Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer, a very powerful prayer that was said centuries ago in one of the great Sakya monasteries. Was under the threat of a pandemic and nearly annihilated the place. And whatever prayers were said and rituals performed and offerings made, nothing seemed to work. And then Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo made a space offering, so recited many Mani mantras, and then also recited this particular prayer, the main prayer of the session. And the pandemic just stopped there and then. So it is associated with much strength and power. And, we should we trust the prayer, we should trust the prayer. And, whatever your approach is to prayers, we know that even if somebody finds comfort in hearing a prayer, that can change their outlook and the way that person deals with whatever sufferings there is, be it illness or, a dire situation. So, don't disregard the power of prayer on that level. Okay, so if we just take a moment and just take a few deep breaths to calm the mind, especially after I've done so much fast talking. And let's just think about why we're here. What is the motivation for us being here? We may be here because of the instructions of Lama Zopa, but also because of our own volition. This is entirely voluntary by all those who lead these prayers. It's not like they're being forced. You may be here because you wish to practice in a community, virtual as it is at, during these times, but at least you're within a community you feel comfortable with. You just want to escape the turbulence of this world at the moment. You may wish to say prayers or find some answers about, for those in your circle of friends and family. Maybe you may have taken ill or may have passed on because of COVID, or fallen on hardships, with many countries going into lockdown and the financial flow. That's whatever your reasons for being here, you're most welcome. And I hope you find a bit of benefit in being here, even if it's just a break from the turbulence of the outside world. But again, if you find yourself in a situation where you're really, really struggling, and but it's nice for you to be here. Don't be afraid to seek help if you need it. Either by visiting your GP or physician, whatever you call them in your part of the world, or any lifelines, helplines that may be out there. Don't make any permanent decision on temporary problems. The pandemic will end, things will change. Okay. I'd like to recite a few verses from the King of Prayers to set the motivation why we are here on the path, to be of benefit to all sentient beings, to setting bodhicitta, to appreciate the community that we're in, of like-minded, and also, the kindness of our gurus and teachers. May I ease the sufferings in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide the wanderers in samsara to the bliss of awakening and be of worldly benefit to them as well. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind. May we practice together in the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor and never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. Limitless is end of space. Likewise, limitless are living beings. Thus limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. If you visualize our Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig in the space in front of us, if you've had the initiations, please feel free to self-generate. Otherwise, just visualize the Guru in the space in front above your crown of your head. If you're following us from a different faith, visualize the deity you most closely associate with love and compassion. If you're joining us from a spiritual path and do not wish to engage with deities, so just visualize a clear light in the space in front above the crown of your head, and let that light be filled with love and compassion for all beings. Visualize how light emanates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions, and with each light beam is carried unconditional love and compassion for all sentient beings and purifying essence. And as the light beams find one of the infinite number of sentient beings, each light beam finds one infinite in space. And it enters the body through the crown of the heads, filling them with it, that love and compassion and nectar, cleansing away all negative karma and illusions of past lifetimes. Like a refreshing shower, cleansing away all that dirt, that muck that we have carried on, from all the situation that we have got ourselves into through the actions of our body, speech, and mind, the suffering that we have caused. Not just for other beings, but, retrospectively coming back to us. Recognizing that sentient beings like us do not want to be thought of negatively, spoken about badly, or treated badly. And yet we did this throughout so many lifetimes. And recognizing that we were mistaken to act that way. And we ask forgiveness from all those sentient beings that we wronged in all these past lifetimes. And set on the path to change our ways so that we benefit those beings and recognize them, that they're not different to us, apart from maybe their outer appearances. But apart from that, none of us want to suffer. Let's invite all Mother Sentient Beings to join us in taking refuge in the Guru. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Naginis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Naginis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. So having shown remorse for our past actions and aspiring to be of benefit to all sentient beings by recognizing that neither of us want to suffer, and therefore a mutual existence, mutually respectful and beneficial existence is necessary. Having taken refuge in the Guru, we're now reciting the Mani Mantra. And as we recite the Mani Mantra, remember that Om represents body, speech, and mind, the aspect of our being, that keeps us in samsara, but also the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of the Guru. To transform body, speech, and mind into the holy aspect, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padma, and combine that in Om. So as we recite the Mani Mantra, we keep on visualizing how we're being filled with that loving kindness and purifying nectar by the Guru, how we begin to glow as more and more of the body is cleansed, atom by atom, in the space between those atoms, as we're being filled with that light. We return the light to the Guru, and as we're being filled more and more with unconditional love, and the more we're being cleansed, the more we can exchange ourselves also with other sentient beings who still may need, extra help to be freed from the suffering. And the more and more of us join in a pure state, the brighter we shine collectively, and we become a beacon for those who are still lost in the darkness of negative karma. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Having shown remorse for our past actions, having exchanged ourselves with the Guru and all other sentient beings, having recited many Mani mantras, and through the great love and compassion of the Guru, may we see ourselves now as purified and holding on to the pure state. We now call upon the Great Mother Tara to help us clear away any obstructions, obscurations that may come our path, particularly throughout this practice. And the recitation of the Tara mantra has been highly recommended by His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama. And he has given additional instructions that ideally we should recite the Tower Mantra about 1,000 times a day. Well, we're not going to do 1,000 in this short session that we have, but we can at least recite one mala. And if you wish to recite the Tower Mantra after, a few more rounds, that's just a great, wonderful thing to do. If you visualize the Great Mother Tower in the space in front of us, emerald green in color, and as we recite the mantra, visualize how light emanates in all 10 directions, finding each and every one of the infinite number of sentient beings, that their obstructions may be cleared away. And Om again representing the holy aspect of Tara, body, speech, and mind. Tara liberates from samsara, Tara liberates from the 8 fears of ignorance, hatred, attachment, pride, jealousy, wrong view, doubt, and miserliness, and Tara liberates us from disease and illness, both physical and mental. So recite a few out loud and then the rest on breath. Dare dure so. 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 So having cleared away any obstacles that may come our way during the practice, may we now recite the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo, and we should be okay with 3 recitations. And as we recite the prayer 3 times, think about it. We can, because we have time to recite 3, so we could say 1 is for body, 1 is for speech, 1 is for mind. If you do have the time, you can also think about the 6 realms. If you want to do 1 each for each realm, or you want to do 3 each for each realm, whichever, but try and think about why you're reciting and how you're reciting and what for. So give it that extra meaning and energy. So may the sick be restored to good health. May those who've died be reborn under favorable condition. May those who've experienced hardships be given whatever resources are required for them to achieve a state of happiness that is free from suffering, so that they may be able to take care of themselves and their families. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, in the sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names therefore beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 with spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So recite it one more time, and really, with the purest heart and purest of intention, and with the greatest love and compassion for all other sentient beings. As we recite this one, visualize how really the seeds of suffering, the seeds of this pandemic, all sorts of sufferings are being destroyed. We're trying to get really hold of all the little seeds that are sort of hidden to stop it from, regrowing. So if you catch it at that stage, we can control the long-term effect more. May all the diseases that sad in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grasp, its illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sounds of whose names stand for beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits unharmed suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be now with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May we visualize now all the seeds of suffering have been destroyed, particularly of COVID. And, like gardens, you might have, we still have a little bit of tidying up to do. So we keep carrying on reciting these prayers until we know that we really got each little seed, just in case we forgot to check under our feet and didn't really pay attention to where we stood. So, dedications. May we dedicate for the benefit of all other sentient beings. May the sentient beings be free from suffering and its causes. May we be the cause for them to be happy and free from suffering. May we dedicate to our precious gurus and teachers who guided us so kindly along the way, giving us the guidance to engage with practices to benefit other sentient beings, thus in return allowing us to grow and reflect on our own mistakes and correct them through these practices. May all our teachers for long and healthy lives, may we never be separated from them in this and all future lifetimes. May particularly dedicate to the long life of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, that his wishes may be swiftly fulfilled. May we benefit from his presence in this and all future lifetimes. And may also dedicate to Lama Zopa Rinpoche for his foresight in tasking us with this prayerathon, so that we engage in a much deeper level with our practice for the benefit of all sentient beings. May Lama Zopa's wishes be swiftly fulfilled. May he live a long and healthy life. May we never be separated from his wisdom and guidance in this and all future lifetimes. Due to all the merits of these virtue sections, may quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen rise and grow. May that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately. May perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings, without exception, who are completely empty of existing from their own side, to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. So the long life prayers for His Holiness and Lama Zopa. Gangri Rawe Kwe Shinkam Di Pendan Deva Malu Jungwe Ne Chenrezig Tenzing Yatsu Yi Shape Si Deva Do Thank You Che Tep Shang Jing Yang Gang Gelwe Tenzing Kempel We Kunzu Dog Po Tse Chok Song Kwe Leg Mun Tu Dru Padak Sok Dil Je Kundu Shap Tin Sho. Thank you, everybody who joined me in this session. Thank you very much, Chenrezig Institute. I'm sure we'll be back very shortly.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. You see, always with a smile. You know, that's just like, you know, customer service old style, don't you think, Venerable Tendra? You know, we miss that. You know, these big companies decide, look what we invented: customer service, smile rather than just virtual. You know, charging you for doing their work. Anyway, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I will be
Thank
back
you.
after Venerable Tendrin. Venerable Tendrin, lovely to see you. How are you?
I'm
You
good
keeping
enough.
well?
Yes. Oh, well, and I've
Not
actually
another
been
big
visiting
smile.
my-
Look at that brimming that's taking place. You wouldn't think it's dark here in the UK. It's like bright sunshine filling the space. Thank you
I
very
got to
much.
see my 92-year-old stepmom last week for the first time in quite a long time. So I feel very fortunate that I was able to get her up
Wow.
and check in on her. So,
You know, so it has been quite a while then since you've seen, because of lockdown or because of other circumstances.
no, lockdown.
Oh,
Just
wow.
the fact she was old, she did not want me to visit.
Yeah, she's like,
We were
you
all
know,
fully vaccinated.
being one of those difficult, you know, old age pensioners, you know, set in their ways. I'm watching telly. No.
So 92, I'll be very
Oh, bless.
happy about
They deserve to behave whichever way they want now. They've been there, done it, got the T-shirt. But now I'm really chuffed for you that you managed to see. It's. I think it's nice. I have a student at the moment. He was sort of because of location. The year before lockdown, he couldn't see his mom, and then of course all the lockdowns kicked in, and it's been 2 years. The moment the opportunity was there, whoosh, off he went. You know, but it's no, it's lovely. It's just really gives you also that boost to be able to connect again. You know, it shows the interconnectedness that we all rely on. Yet we think when we walk around watching at our little monitors, you know, on the mobile phone, we're so isolated. Yet we actually, when we don't have it, we want that contact with human beings. And I think that's the wonderful thing that sort of, for whatever reason, despite the tech, I don't know, must be Chenrezig magic, you know what I mean? But this prayerathon never felt virtual, at least not for me. I think at the beginning we were getting used to one another. What are they like on that center and this center? But it never felt really like a virtual community as such. You know what I mean? Sometimes you go to sort of events and you just feel like you're just sitting in your little room and you just sort of, whether you're there or not makes no difference whatsoever. And it never been here. It's always been warm, and we had feedback on that level, which is really great. So thank you very much, everybody who joins us online. So without further ado, Venerable Tendrin, I hand over to you. I see you at the end.
Thank you.
Thank you. I. And your name, I've forgotten your name.
Kumpen.
Okay. Try to remember. Not like that, but I'll do my best. But this is family.
Nice to see you.
For everything that you do.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's go back to refreshing our visualization to really deepen our motivation. As Rinpoche has let us know, COVID virus has been found in Kopan and the monastery and the nunnery there. So our family is directly being affected, as I'm sure it has all over the world. It's not just, at this moment that suddenly we're involved in this suffering. We all have been experiencing great suffering, either through the loss of a loved one or fear from the state of the world and being afraid for loved ones, or just the isolation we've personally experienced because of the lockdowns. So our teacher, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, has offered us this practice to do in order to benefit, in order to do whatever we can to slow down or stop this pandemic, to create the cause for its cessation. So take a moment to really feel in your heart how fortunate we are that we have the time, the leisure, the knowledge to be able to do these practices. Really rejoice that we can do this. And imagine you're seated, surrounded by all sentient beings. Your father on your right, your mother of this life on your left, all their loved ones, your partner, your children, your siblings, all of their loved ones, your friends, and all their loved ones, your Dharma community, both locally and globally. Imagine them sitting here with you, reciting these prayers, benefiting all sentient beings. And imagine those in front of you, the ones we find difficult or who find us difficult. But remember, they are the loved ones of others. They've been your loved ones in the past and will be again in the future. I was reading from His Holiness that, if we've had life after life since beginningless time, we really have a familial connection with every sentient being. They've been part of our families again and again and again. So think how wonderful it is to sit here amongst them, doing this practice in order to create the cause, to alleviate suffering. Include all the people that you're concerned at, the particular people who really have their image in your heart. All those who are suffering from all the different possible ways to suffer in samsara. Knowing that we're doing this practice for them. Now let's set up the visualization in front of us. So in the space in front of us, there's a large jewel throne supported by 8 great lions, on top of which is a seat of a variegated lotus and moon and sun mandalas. On top of this sits the essence of our own root guru and the aspect of the conqueror, Shakyamuni Buddha. The color of his holy body is the purest gold, and he has a Upanisha on the top of his head. His one face and 2 arms. His right hand is in the mudra of controlling the earth, and his left in the mudra of concentration, holding an alms bowl full of nectar. He is wearing the saffron robes of a monk. His holy body is in the nature of transparent light, and he sits in the Vajra posture in the center of an aura of light rays. Surrounding him are the direct and indirect gurus, yidams, buddhas, bodhisattvas, heroes, dakinis, and host of Dharma protectors and guardians. In front of each of these holy beings, on a faultless throne, sits the Dharma explained by them in the form of text having the nature of light. Now try to think and feel very strongly that you're in the presence of your teachers, enlightened beings who understand and accept you just as you are, who strongly wishes to help you to reach the state beyond sorrow. At this time, we've received a perfect human rebirth, qualified by the 8 freedoms and 10 richnesses, which are difficult to find. I can use it to attain a good future rebirth, liberation, and even enlightenment. But from beginningless time until now, I and all mother sentient beings have been experiencing the various general sufferings of samsara numberless times. Who has the power to protect us from this suffering? Only these enlightened ones abiding in front of us. We must achieve enlightenment for the benefit of all mother sentient beings. Therefore, we'll go for refuge. So we're using the practice advised by Rinpoche, the Vajra speech of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Shakya from disease. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Now, imagine the refuge field that's in front dissolves into light and absorbs up into Guru Shakyamuni Buddha. The throne of the Buddha then dissolves into light, which absorbs up into the lotus, sun, and moon. The Buddha seated on these then comes to the crown of your head and dissolves into blissful golden light. The golden light pours down into you, blessing your body, speech, and mind. Feel great joy. Now imagine in front of you, in front of all sentient beings, 1,000-armed Chenrezig arises. Chenrezig is the embodiment of all the infinite Buddha's compassionate wisdom. He stands on a lotus and moon seat. His body is of the nature of white light, youthful and decorated with magnificent jeweled ornaments. Now refresh your visualization of being surrounded by all sentient beings. In particular, all those that you personally know who are suffering in some way from this pandemic. Our prayers have particular power for those that we have karmic connections for in this life. So visualize rays of light emanating from Chenrezig's heart, entering all sentient beings through the crowns of their heads, freeing us from all the causes of suffering and filling us with all the causes of happiness. So we will recite the mantra of great compassion, Om Mani Padme Hum, for about 5 minutes. And during this time, you can keep your loved ones, all those who you're worried about, your Dharma community, your friends, your loved ones from afar, in your heart, receiving all these wonderful light rays from Chenrezig. And we're doing this not just to, alleviate our own suffering, our own worries, our own fears, but to engage the enlightened activity of Chenrezig to help all sentient beings. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. So feel joy at being able to do this practice of connecting with Chenrezig, his prayers, and again, refresh your visualization of all the sentient beings, and particularly those who are suffering from all the different ways that one can suffer from this pandemic. The panic in India, Brazil, knowing the vaccines are out there, but just not available to you. The loss of jobs, the loss of a quality of certainty in one's life. Not that things are ever certain, but let's recite these prayers for all of those who are suffering, which is all of us. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all of these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So imagine that Chenrezig dissolves into light, dissolves into you, blessing your body, speech, and mind, with his holy body, speech, and mind. So let's continue with the prayers from Shantideva, ones that His Holiness enjoys or believes in or says often. May all beings everywhere, plagued by sufferings of body and mind, obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of our merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness, and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Please bless us that the lives of the glorious gurus be long, that all beings equalizing the extent of space be happy, that I and others without exception collect merits and purify obscurations, and that we quickly achieve Buddhahood. Because of all the merits of the 3 times created by me and all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and other sentient beings, may there be no wars, famines, disease, quarreling, fighting, or unhappy minds. May there be great prosperity, and may everything needed be easily obtained. May everyone have perfect conditions and have only compassion and love for each other in their mind streams. And may they only benefit and never harm each other. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings who exist but are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who exist but am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which exists but is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who exist but are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state by myself alone, who exist but am completely empty of existing from my own side. And then our prayer for the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama and Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Again, we have these teachings through the kindness of our teachers. We know what to practice due to the kindness of our teachers. And without teachers such as His Holiness, our Lama Zopa Rinpoche, all the other teachers we probably would not have met. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may you have a long life and may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. You who uphold the Sidur's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjana's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers, honoring the three rare sublime ones. Savior, myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Well, that was quick.
Oh, honestly, time flies, doesn't it?
I don't know.
It's like, I mean, it just went like that. It's like a lifetime. Pop, 1 eon gone. We wish we soon find out if we remember. Do you know what I just noticed today as well? It's really weird. Although we tend to recite the same prayers, the way unfortunately, I'm not that tech savvy to share a screen. I'm sort of old fashioned with my little paper stuff here. But although we use the same prayers, how certain people or certain groups prepared their little presentations, like in your case, every passage has Monsignor Thangtong Gyalpo in there. Or when we look at how Venerable Fabio, for the Spanish-speaking community, it's just wonderful to see, how it's being adapted, in whatever way is most meaningful to the individual and the energy that comes with that. I think it's just beautiful that it's not one of those really static, the same prayer, the same lines, the same way, pop, 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 pop. It would be boring. Can you imagine doing this 24 hours? And then,
and we all look alike, so nobody would think,
honestly, but think about the poor tech people. They sit there for 24 hours and having to listen to the same rhythm, the same pictures, the same lines, don't have a smile. God, it would be so dreadful. That would be suffering, wouldn't it, Kunken? No, but it's really, I love the energy that, that people bring. And just sort of by just the way people use the screen or present things. It's just beautiful. So thank you very much, Venerable Tendrin.
Thank you.
I really enjoyed that.
Thank you, Venerable Tendrin.
It's lovely to have you here, and I hope to see you again very soon.
We will.
All right, Anyway, thank you very much. And so this is my last session for today. Gosh, I don't know. This feels boring now,
Thank you, Venerable Tendrin.
Oh, no, don't thank me. I have to thank you all,
No.
You keep me motivated, you all, like all the wonderful Sangha turning up for prayers and, and all the wonderful folk in the background, making it possible. So thank you very much. So yeah, it seems odd. Yeah. For me, it's, if you're listening in, so yeah, it's not the end of the session. We've got 5 more to go. You've got some really 5 wonderful leads coming out. Venerable Yeshe, Venerable Peryang, Chokula, Trinla, and Venerable Angie Muir. So if you just tuned in, worthwhile staying on and support those wonderful leads as well. Even if it's just sort of, having them on in the background while you maybe do your little chores, but it's really nice to listen to them. They're really wonderful beings. So if you missed the run of the day, you haven't come to, no, they're really wonderful leads. So yeah, go with that. Anyway, before I get carried away, waffling, see, I thought to myself, no, do it nice, be quiet, be calm, just ease out of the day. And there's me chatting again. Anyway, I better start. All right. So if we take a moment just to to settle the mind and take a few nice deep breaths. If you look at the 3 levels of motivation, if you're starting the day, it's a nice way of starting the day to say, okay, this is what I want for the day. If you're going halfway through the day, it's also nice to think, how am I doing? Check against. It's easier to, when you realize, it's nice, like when you're writing a letter, you realize you misspelled something. It's easier to fix it then than setting it up and then working out what we did. So we can check the levels of motivation throughout the day and readjust if needs be. And then sort of, towards the end of the day, it's, in my case, it's nice to look back and say, how did I do? How much have I achieved? Did I have to do many corrections? People are always worried about saying, oh, I had to correct, it was a bad day. Why? You corrected because you realized you were coming off the mark a little bit. Why do you want to get lost? If you realize you're taking the wrong turn, You don't keep on for hours going the wrong way. You fix it. So there's nothing wrong with that. It's being aware. Today, as much as possible, I will harm no living beings with the actions of my body, speech, or mind. How is that holding up right now? You know, depending what time of the day it is. What did I do throughout the day? The nice thing is, says, as much as possible. That phrase in itself acknowledges that as human beings, we are, you know, subject to making mistakes. What's the lovely old-fashioned phrase? Errare humanum est. To err is human. But again, you know, making errors is no excuse. You know, when we know we make a mistake, we fix it. Today, as much as possible, I will seek to benefit others in whatever way I can. Have I been able to benefit? Not have I been able. Have I been able to benefit other beings? That's what I wanted to say. You know, did I go out of my way to be of benefit? Or did I go out of my way so it didn't have to be of benefit? This is someone who keeps reminding us, you know, if you can help, help. If you can't, at least don't do any harm. We have to go with our level of skill, level of confidence. You know, sometimes people don't want to be helped. And that's fine. What we can do, we can sit and wait until, you know, maybe need help. We can't make them. Sometimes we might not be the help they need. Could be somebody else, and that's perfectly all right. But we don't judge them. Today, as much as possible, I will generate bodhicitta. May all the actions of my body, speech, and mind be imbued with this profound motivation. Recognize that all beings like us, you know, ourselves, are suffering. Either as a direct consequence of the actions of others, or because of their own actions of body, speech, and mind. Attachment, aversion. As Venerable Bina also nicely always points out, indifference. We shouldn't be indifferent to someone else's pain because it doesn't suit us at the time. We shouldn't be indifferent to injustice. What can we do? Be pure. Understand that those who shout at us may be suffering. And those who avoid us may not wish to talk about their problems because they don't know how to deal with them themselves. All we can do is let them know we're there, so that when they need our help, we can give it. Let's visualize in the space in front of us our Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig. Light emanating from the Guru's body in all 10 directions, and each light beam finding one of the infinite number of sentient beings, wherever they are, whatever realm. And we don't judge. All sentient beings. And the Guru's love does not, apply conditions. The Guru just wants to help and save as many sentient beings as is possible. He wants us and them to be freed from suffering, suffering of body, speech, and mind, suffering that keeps us away from happiness and keeps us in some cycle. The light that emanates from the Guru carries compassion and purifying nectar and enters the bodies of each of the individual sentient beings, wherever they are, numberless as they are, through the crown of their heads, filling them with that love and compassion, purifying away all negative karma and delusions of the mind of all past lifetimes. May we ourselves feel the benefit of that purification, atom by atom, in the spaces between those atoms. And feel how, as you purify, your Buddha nature is being, brought to the forefront. Your body begins to glow, filled with light, atom by atom, pure as we are. We exchange light back to the Guru. And as we fill more and more with that loving light, we can also exchange ourselves with other sentient beings. The purer we are, the easier it is to help other sentient beings to the fullest. Let's call all mother sentient beings to join us in taking refuge in the Guru. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having called upon all mother sentient beings to join us in taking refuge, the Guru smiles. And as the Guru smiles, we can feel the purifying nectar intensifying more and more. And the more we're being filled with that pure love and compassion, we become more and more one with the Guru. As we keep exchanging ourselves with the Guru and all other sentient beings, recognizing once again that the suffering that we have experienced and created is down to the actions of our body, speech, and mind, represented in Om. But Om also represents the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of the Guru deity. And transformation to that aspect of the Guru's essence requires us to acquire love and compassion, wisdom, Mani and Padme, and combine them in Om. So as we recite the Mani mantra, we keep on visualizing how we exchange ourselves with all other sentient beings and the Guru, becoming one light, one mind, one source of compassion, dispelling the darkness of ignorance and negative karma, shining like a bright beacon for all those lost in the darkness, to be a beacon, to follow out, and being saved from the cyclic existence that is suffering. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Having exchanged ourselves with the Guru and all sentient beings, having shown regret for the actions of past lifetimes through body, speech, and mind, and having recited many mantras, may we now visualize ourselves as purified in the essence of the Guru, holding on to that pure state. We now call upon the Great Mother Tara, as recommended by His Holiness, and recite the Tara mantra. We do one round here. His Holiness has recommended that through these difficult times, we should recite ideally 1,000 Tara mantras, so that obstructions and obscurations may be removed. And the Great Mother Tara is a wonderful being, jumping into actions to help her children. And those of you who wish to maybe engage more deeply into the practice of Tara, there's a wonderful book by Geshe Nyawang Tenle called Noble Tara, the Liberating Mother, an oral commentary on the praises on the 21 Taras. It's Geshe La's first publication. It's free to download. I think it's a generosity model. If you do want a hard copy, I think it's nominal fee, and it's really more the postage you pay. And the book is available through Kaylo Books, Kaylo Books. Just if you really want to engage more with Tara practice, which is very beneficial. So we do one round of mala of Tara. Tare tu tare tu re so. 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 Tare tu tare. Tare tu tare tu re so. So, having purified ourselves and removed any obstructions for tonight's practice, I will now recite the main prayer, Thangtong Gyalpo, reciting three times. I said before, if you can just recite if you want, but I think it's always nice if we bring a certain benefit to any recitation, so that it doesn't just become a repetitive process. And as we recite three, if you think about, body, speech, and mind, where the sources of suffering occur, suffering that we create for other beings and ourselves. So if we look at it from that point, there is three recitations: one for body, one for speech, one for mind. If you have the time, you can also apply that to all the 6 realms. either do 6 recitations, 1 for each round, or 3, 4 for each round, whichever you want. But just whatever recite, do it with a pure heart and with the purest of intention, and give it that little extra focus. Now we do the may all the diseases that are in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the house of grass, bitterness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clans of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Remember, when we set the motivation, we called upon all sentient beings to take refuge in the Guru. And if you look at verse 3, 4. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers and the 360 evil spirits. Again, do we actually include the interferers and the spirits? We should. They're sentient beings. Some of them. They do what they do because of their nature, so they want to be freed as well. So we should have compassion for them as well when we recite. Not include them. It's very easy, just by saying evil spirits. What does that do? We brand them. Think about that. How we use language to describe things. May all the diseases that are in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the sound of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay. One more time, and really, with the purest of intention, now visualize how all the seeds, the seed causes of suffering are being destroyed so that nothing may germinate to carry on creating suffering throughout the realms. May all the diseases that are in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So, having now recited the main prayer, visualize that really all the seeds of the pandemic have been destroyed, and now it's while we picked up the seeds, we can clear up whatever's already there. So if there's some plants, we can take the plants out. We can do the tidying up. So, and it's unfortunate to see that after what seemed like initially a promising start with all the vaccines coming out and projects, that we see such an increase in cases in India, Nepal, and other parts of the world. And it is a shame. It is really a shame to see. But, you know, sometimes it shows the imbalance of, you know, who's in charge of vaccines. You know, the rich countries go first, you know, and then some other countries have to do with less. Again, you know, it's an imbalance in justice. You know, don't be indifferent to injustice. And, you know, there's also sometimes when we take certain medications, sometimes just before we think it may be coming out, there's sort of a slight flare up, and maybe sort of, you know, in a wound, pus may come to the surface. We just may have to lance, you know, though the wound is healed, you know, not everything has come out, and it's just festering underneath, and we just have to lance it. So let's hope that what we see currently in parts of the world with these rising figures is just that. It's just that, you know, maybe too much has happened too quickly, and not all the stuff could be released from the wound before it's healed. So, but we carry on praying. We do these prayers until we know that the job is done. And we're very, very fortunate to have such a wonderful, dedicated community of Sangha members joining us every week. We're also very, very fortunate to have wonderful people in the background who make sure that, you know, we can send out these sessions to you live, or, you know, later on as a recording. We're also very, very fortunate to have so many of you joining us in these sessions and expressing their support and, you know, and encouragement for us to carry on. So thank you very much to everyone out there. Okay, dedications. May we dedicate to the benefit of all other sentient beings. May all sentient beings be free from suffering and its causes. May we be the cause for them to be free from suffering and be the cause of their happiness and long lives. May all sentient beings meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we dedicate to the precious Sangha community, who through their kind actions has kept the flame of Dharma alight and spreading, not just our tradition, but other traditions as well. May all our precious brothers and sisters live long and healthy lives and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we always enjoy their company in this and all future lifetimes. And may they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we also be grateful to the wonderful lay community supporting the Sangha for offering their skill, time, expertise, and finances to ensure that Dharma centers are run for the benefit of all sentient beings, that teachings can take place, charitable projects can come off the ground, you know, including the printing of books and other charitable events. May they all live long and healthy lives. May they never be separated from the Sangha and precious teachers in this and all future lifetimes. And may they live long and find enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we particularly dedicate to the wonderful presence of our gurus and teachers, without whose help we would be on this path or join together. May all our teachers live long and healthy lives, achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible, and may we never be separated from their advice and guidance in this and all future lifetimes. May particularly dedicate to the long life of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, a shining beacon of love and compassion to all, you know, despite 62 years in exile, separated from his people in Tibet. But his existence in exile has brought the Dharma to the West and shown us the way, a precious gift that we should cherish. May His Holiness's wishes be swiftly fulfilled. May he live a long and healthy life. May we always be in his presence in this and all future lifetimes and benefit from his guidance. May we also dedicate wholeheartedly to the long life and well-being of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, whose vision of engaging us with this particular practice for the benefit of all sentient beings through these difficult times has given us something to engage on a much deeper level with our practices to the benefit of other sentient beings. May Lama Zopa never be separated from His Holiness in this and all future lifetimes. And may we benefit from Lama Zopa's guidance throughout all the lifetimes Due to all these merits of these virtuous actions, may quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen rise and grow. May that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me and the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all war, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately. And may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, future merits collected by me and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side. And lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. The long life prayers for His Holiness and Lama Zopa. Gangri rawe kube jingandi pendang dewa malu jungwe ne Chenrezig Gyalpo yi shape si te badu thank you ho chi. Tup tsu shang xing yam gyang gelwe ten jing kun pelwe kun su duk po tse chuk tsum kwe leg mun tu ru. Thank you very much, everyone who joined us throughout the session. Appreciate it that you've been so loyal and diligent joining us this long for 40 weeks. If you're staying on, Venerable Yeshi is waiting in the wings, and she's another wonderful lead to listen to. So if you have some time, please do stay on. It's wonderful to listen to others and their take on these practices, which are always individual. And look. And it was wonderful to listen to Venerable last week when she had that little exchange with Venerable Pelyang, when she asked you about how you came to be known as Yeshi. And it's interesting. I think she initially took you a bit by surprise, but it's nice to see how people get their names. You know, it's a great joy.
And we have had that information now provided by Geshe-la.
Mm-hmm.
So his ordination name is Yeshi Jamyang,
mm-hmm.
but he was given the name Yeshi Jamyang.
Mm-hmm.
But he was given the name Punsuk Sultrim after a very revered Lama and by his teacher. So
mm-hmm.
he's chosen to use that name.
Mm-hmm.
But his ordination name is Yeshi Jamyang. So we'll have Yeshi.
Which shows you that a name is nothing permanent. It can change, karma permitting.
Absolutely.
It's wonderful to see you, Venerable Yeshi. And I didn't realize you had two Yeshi Wangmos on site. So you're Yeshi Wangmo, there's another one, because I thought you said you're known as Yeshi and the other one is Wangmo. So
that's right.
Just to stop the confusion.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So, lovely to have you back.
Thank you so much.
No, you're most welcome. So thank you much, everyone. Without further ado, I'll hand over to the Venerable. Thank you very much. See you all next week. Bye-bye, everyone.
Yes, so good morning from Chenrezig. It's actually a cooler and wet morning this morning, although not raining at the moment, but it's very pleasant indeed here. So thanks to Venerable Damcho again. And we'll just start the motivation this week, keeping in mind, as we're very aware of the situation in India and what will unfold in Nepal, it's also important that this is worldwide, and Brazil has over 400,000 deaths from COVID, and Cambodia has this week become, or in the last 2 weeks, but in particular this week, is suffering its own set of problems. Not only that it's managed 12 months to be relatively COVID-free, it now has a wave of COVID but they've gone into lockdown and not allowed out at all, except for medical emergencies. So starvation has become a really big problem. They have not been allowed to go out for food. So they're suffering their own set as well of difficulties and challenges. So when we'll use this prayer, the swift fulfillment of wishes, independence on the great Jetsun Tsongkhapa by Sekong Rinpoche, as a motivation, and in the line where we swiftly ask for our wishes to be fulfilled, please keep in mind everybody around the world. Even if we ourselves are doing incredibly well through this pandemic, there are people that are suffering to the extreme, and we really, really hope that we can get through this together as one. So Nama Guru, supreme embodiment of the wisdom and compassion of all the victorious ones of the three times, manifesting as a monk wearing the 3 saffron robes, the spontaneous exalted wisdom, Dharmakaya, possessing the 5 bodies. To you, Jetsun Losang Drapa, I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. With the nature of primordially pure, clear light, uninterrupted, natural expression of the complete Sambhogakaya, great being who unifies body and mind, to you, Jetsun Losang Drapa, I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Displaying an array of manifold Namanikaya emanations, appropriate to the limitless living beings, equaling the expanse of space. To you, Jetsun Losang Drapa, I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Through the power of having made single-pointed requests to you, may all the unfortunate natural manifestations of the degenerate age, illness, famine, quarrelling, epidemic disease, graha spirits, interferers, and so forth, be pacified. Then, when I request that the excellent collection of conducive conditions increase, please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Having completely cleared away the darkness of ignorance and confusion, and fully developed the illumination of supreme intelligence, virtuous friend who causes the 100-petal lotus of the scriptural tradition to bloom, the sun radiating benefit and happiness to you, I make request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Since I and others, the assembly of faithful disciples, have no other Lord of Refuge to turn to for hope, when we make requests in all the 6 sessions of day and night, please bless us that the Guru's blessings may enter our minds. Also, at the end of this life, may I see you, glorious Losang Drapa, along with your retinue, and immediately have a vision of you saying reassuringly, Son, go to the celestial realm of Chishita. Care for me with your compassion, precious Guru. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. And now we'll begin the Thangtong Gyalpo practice, Vajrasiddhi of Mahasiddhi, the blessed prayer known as liberating Sakya from disease. And we'll start by reciting the motivation for this 3 times together. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And we'll do 3 malas of Om Mani Padme Hum. We'll start together and then we'll continue to ourselves, and at all times keeping in mind that we are doing this to pacify this pandemic all over the world. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Okay, was that 3 months? I think so. And so the actual prayer, again, we'll recite this together 3 times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, Like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And I think just to keep in mind that as this pandemic unfolds as well, and famine does become a real issue, and as I said before, in Cambodia, it's actually a very immediate problem. So Thangtong Gyalpo also composed a prayer for dispelling famine, and at this time I'd like to just recite that. It's very short, and I'd like to recite that, just if we can all just pray in our hearts to dispel this famine. I'll just read the colophon that goes with it. This aspiration prayer was made by the realized master Thangtong Gyalpo in the presence of the Zopa Rinpoche in Lhasa at a time when Tibet, particularly Kham, was struck by a great famine. The power of this prayer saved the Tibetan people from sufferings brought on by hunger and thirst, for at that time the noble Avalokiteshvara poured down a rain of grains from the sky. So although it's a different set of circumstances, it's still a very real suffering for today. First, you generated the supreme mind of unsurpassable awakening, firmly set upon the liberation of sentient beings in their infinitude. Then you perfected the two accumulations, O compassionate, victorious one. You whose love embraces beings bereft of any protector in these degenerate times, protect them without fail, for these beings plagued by hunger, thirst, difficulties, and suffering. Release upon the world in the land of snows a rain of all the pleasant things the senses can enjoy, including jewels, food, wealth, grain, and bedding. Pacify harm among the four elements, untimely wind and fire, or inauspicious rains and waters. Let grains, plants, harvests, and the like mature fully, just as in the golden age. Through the strength of aspirations such as these, inspired by loving kindness and compassion, may sicknesses, weapons, and famines be thoroughly pacified, and beings enjoy life, long life, good health, well-being, and happiness. Through the power of the compassion of the victorious ones and their heirs, and the infallible power of the interdependence of causes and results, may the teachings of the victorious ones spread and flourish, and all beings swiftly reach unsurpassable awakening. So we'll do 3 more recitations of Om Mani Padme Hum. Do that together. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. And we'll do the actual prayer again together. We'll do it just once and then we'll move on to the dedications. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. We'll just begin the dedications with, it's called a Buddhist prayer for peace. It's an interfaith prayer that we use, and it's really quite lovely. It's very short, so I'll just recite that, and then we'll seal the merits with emptiness, and then do the final dedication prayers. May all beings everywhere plagued with sufferings of body and mind quickly be freed of their illnesses. May those frightened cease to be afraid, and may those bound be free. May the powerless find power, and may people think of befriending one another. May those who find themselves in trackless, fearful wildernesses, the children, the aged, the unprotected, be guarded by beneficial celestials, and may they swiftly attain Buddhahood. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Prostrate to all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of the 3 times with body, speech, and mind. I present clouds of offerings, both real and imagined. I declare all negativities accumulated since beginningless time, and rejoice in the merit of all holy beings. Please remain until samsara ends, and turn the wheel of Dharma for the sake of all sentient beings. I dedicate the merit created by myself and others, that we may reach enlightenment. May the precious Supreme Bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. The incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, may you have a long life, and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Saviour of the land of snow teachings and transmigratory beings, who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion, to the lotus holder Tenzin Gyatso I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. For the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunat's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers honouring the 3 sublime ones, Saviour of myself and others, your disciples, please, please, live long. Oh, a little bit early. No one's there? Okay. So, yeah. Okay. A minute. Well, we can still, at this time, just think about the prayers that we have just done and generate the mind that just has so much compassion for these people, help them to get through this with our prayers, and give great thanks to Lama Zopa Rinpoche giving us this opportunity to be able to do this every week. Some people may think it's not much, but it's actually a lot. Our own Geshe-la gave a wonderful teaching last week and really reiterated the point that we mustn't despair, and that our prayers do have an impact, and they are being heard, and that all our gurus all over the world are doing everything they can to pacify this pandemic. So we just have to reinvest all of the time in our faith and in the prayers, and keep it always at the forefront of our mind. got it. Bit of an IT glitch. Oh, bless. Look, wonderful, Ben Kumpen. Good morning, Ben Palian. How are you? Oh.
Unmute. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm good, thank you. A little bit tardy here, but glad to be here. Yeah.
I can't hear. No.
Oh, can you hear now?
Ah, I can hear you now. Good morning.
Good morning. So nice to be here with you and all the Taras. Oh,
yes.
How beautiful.
Yes, we mix it up a little bit here, upstairs, downstairs.
Oh, I see. You know, I've never been yet to Chenrezig. That would be a wonderful thing.
Oh, we'd love to have you here. That would be lovely. If the opportunity arises, if the opportunity arises. I don't know, you weren't on earlier, but Venerable Damcho asked about, it was following up about the name. You know, you asked about Yeshi last week, our name.
Oh, yeah.
So we did speak to Geshe-la, and we do have two Yeshi Wangmos, and I am the Yeshi, and the other Yeshi Wangmo is the Wangmo, but we are all Yeshi. Geshe Sultram's ordination name was Yeshi Jamyang, but he was given Punsok Sultram after a revered Lama by his teacher. Is that correct, Kumpan? Yeah, I think so. He was born. That was his name, but it was after a revered Lama. Yes, Punsok, yes, Lama. So, and he chose to keep that name. So, but his actual ordination name is Yeshi Jamyang, hence we all get Yeshi as well. But there you go. Wonderful.
Yeah, it's beautiful. I like, it's one of those precious things about the Buddhist teachings, that there's so much organization, you know. I appreciate the organization that we receive from our, and the way we receive a family name from our teachers, and they have received from their teachers. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, it is.
So,
anyway, you have a lovely day and a lovely session, and I look forward to seeing you again.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to say good morning, good evening to everyone on the line. And let's just take a minute to get ourselves settled. Maybe we'll do some breaths just to pay attention to the breath, and then the body, and then the mind, and just getting fully present for a minute or two. We'll begin with motivation. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yirams, and Takinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And now, do a minute or two at your own pace of the Mani Mantra. You can do whatever visualization you wish. All sentient beings, all holy beings surrounding you, in front of you, behind you, and at your own pace. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. We'll begin with a glance meditation on the graduated path by Dorje Chang Losang Jinpa. And I'll pause just a little bit after each verse for us to digest. Essence encompassing all the Buddhas, originator of all the holy Dharma of scripture and realization, principle of all the Aryas intending virtue, in the glorious holy Gurus I take refuge. Please, Gurus, bless my mind to become Dharma, Dharma to become the path, and the path to be without obstacles. Until I achieve Buddhahood, please bless me to be like youthful Norsang and Bodhisattva always crying, in correctly following the virtuous friend with pure thought and action, seeing whatever is done as pure and accomplishing whatever is said and advised. Please bless me to see that this greatly meaningful body with freedoms and richnesses is difficult to find and easily perishes, that action and result are so profound, and that the sufferings of the evil-gone transmigratory beings are so difficult to bear. Therefore, please bless me to take refuge from the depths of my heart in the three rare sublime ones, to abandon negative karma, and to accomplish virtue according to Dharma. Independence upon that, even if I achieve the mere higher rebirth of a devil or human, I will still have to experience suffering endlessly in samsara because of not having abandoned and being under the control of the disturbing thought obscurations. Therefore, please bless me to reflect well upon the way of circling in samsara and to continuously follow day and night the path of the 3 types of precious trainings, the principal method for becoming free from samsara. Independence upon that, even if I achieve near liberation, since there is no sentient being of the 6 types who has not been my father and mother, please bless me to think I must fulfill their purpose and turn away from the lower happiness of nirvana. Then, please bless me to generate precious bodhicitta by equalizing and exchanging myself with others, and to follow the conduct of the conqueror's son, the 6 paramitas, and so forth. Having trained my mind in the common path in that way, I will not be upset, even if I have to experience the sufferings of samsara for a long time. However, please bless me to look at sentient beings with extraordinary, unbearable compassion and to enter the quick path of the Vajrayana teachings. Then, please bless me to protect my vows and samayas more than my life and to quickly accomplish the unified Vajradhara state in one brief lifetime of this degenerate time. May I not give rise to heresy for even a second in regard to the actions of the glorious Guru. May I see whatever actions are done as pure. With this devotion, may I receive the Guru's blessings in my heart. Magnificent and precious Guru, please abide on the lotus seat at my heart. Guide me with your great kindness and grant me the realizations of your body, speech, and mind, your holy body, speech, and mind. And now a verse from Kadampa Geshe Langri Tongpa's 8 verses of thought transformation. Determined to obtain the greatest possible benefit from all sentient beings who are more precious than a wish-fulfilling jewel, I shall hold them most dear at all times. And a verse from Aryasura's prayer in 70 stanzas. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. And now we'll continue with the actual prayer. The Vajra speech, radiating masses of clouds of blessing, entitled The Prayer Liberating Sakya from Disease. So a little bit of backstory here from the colophon. Once an epidemic was spreading. Sounds familiar, right? From one person to another at the great seat of the glorious Sakya Monastery in Tibet. Whatever the mantric masters tried, thread crosses, tormas, medicines, mantras, protection amulets, and so forth, had no effect, and the monastery was in danger of annihilation. At that time, the great Lord Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo performed the space refuge, recited a number of mani mantras, and proclaimed this prayer, after which the entire epidemic immediately ceased, independence upon its performance. Thereby it became renowned as the Vajra speech, radiating masses of clouds of blessing, entitled The Prayer Liberating Sakya from Disease. And in addition, I would like to, as motivation, that all just the motivation of generosity, whether it's at our personal level or at the level of our countries, so that countries that have the opportunity, whether of vaccine, of skilled help, may be offering to all countries on all continents that are desperately in need of help right now in bringing this COVID disease under control, lessening it and saving so many beings. The actual prayer. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And we will do the prayer once again, second time. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And for a third time, we will repeat the prayer. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth.
May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And now there is another powerful prayer also by Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, a request to pacify the fear of famine. So reading a little bit of backstory from the colophon. In Tibet, when a great fear of famine caused by bad harvest, frost, hail, and the like arose, the great Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo offered a begging bowl full of rice, full of grain in front of the Gyalpo Rinpoche in Lhasa and made prayers. As a result of this, those endowed with the appropriate karma saw Arya Avalokiteshvara bringing down a rain of grain from the sky over the land of Tibet. This blessed Vajra speech also liberates all living beings from the sufferings of hunger and thirst. Having generated the mind aspiring to the highest supreme enlightenment in order to truly liberate all living infinite beings, you, the compassionate victorious one, completed the two accumulations. The assemblies of guiding Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Hearers, Pratyeka Buddhas, Gurus, Yidams, Dakinis, and Dharma guardians of the 10 directions, Yaksha wealth gods, the lords of treasures, along with your retinues. Think of these protectorless living beings of the degenerate times with love, and then, in order to truly protect these embodied beings who are tormented by the sufferings of hunger, thirst, and poverty, let fall a rain of whatever attractive enjoyments are needed: jewels, food, wealth, grains, bedding, and so forth, on this world's land of snows, on this world, on all worlds. Please pacify the harms of the four elements: untimely wind, fire, drought, rain, floods, and so forth. And may nourishing grains from crops, harvests, and so forth ripen and increase like they do during the age of completion. By the force of having made extensive requests with strong entreaties through the force of love and compassion, may the eon of sickness, fighting, and famine be pacified, and may we possess a happy long life free from illness. Through the great compassion of the victorious ones and their children, and the force of the infallible truth of cause and effect, may the teachings of the victorious ones spread and increase, and may all living beings swiftly attain the highest enlightenment. I think I'll repeat that last verse again. Through the great compassion of the victorious ones and their children, and the force of the infallible truth of cause and effect, may the teachings of the victorious ones spread and increase, and may all living beings swiftly attain the highest enlightenment. And now we'll do dedication verses. First, actualize bodhicitta. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. For the sick, however many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception, of transmigratory beings never occur again. A prayer to meet a perfect guru in all lifetimes. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths. May I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. And then some verses for Lama Tsongkhapa to be our direct Mahayana Guru in all our future lives. By the force of the victorious one Tsongkhapa, acting as our direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may we never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. And then some verses from Nagarjuna's Jewel Garland. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines, and monastery firewood, may I always be enjoyed by sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I cherish all sentient beings like my own life. May I cherish them much more than myself. May all their negative karma ripen on me, and may all my virtue ripen upon them. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I could achieve the highest enlightenment. And to dedicate in the same way as all past Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality, and just like Samantabhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praised as the best by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. And then for the long life of Lama Zopa, for His Holiness the Dalai Lama's long life, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the Sedula's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Anjana's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers, honoring the 3 jewels, savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And then I think we'll do Shanti Deva's beautiful prayer from chapter 10 of the Bodhisattva Charyavatara. May all beings everywhere plagued by sufferings of body and mind obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness, and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then may I too remain to dispel the miseries of the world. And now we will close our prayers. Oh, we'll seal our prayers, seal the merits of this practice with emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who are completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. Good evening, good evening. We've just sealed the merits with emptiness and a bit of quiet time. So, Venerable Chucky, so glad to see you. So glad
Always
to see
wonderful
you.
to see you. Am I on
Yes.
sound? Yeah, good.
Yes, you're good.
Yes, I am. It's morning here. So as we know, opposite sides of the world, zooming one side to the other. So it must be time for you to have a snooze, right? Go to sleep.
No, it's quite light. It's 6 o'clock in the evening here.
Oh, that's very nice.
I have lots more time. I have lots more time in this. Yeah,
wonderful.
But
and you're all safe and well.
I'm safe and well, and I'll just say. So I included again in the prayers today. May this country, may all countries that have the ability to offer to India, to Africa, to all countries that are really in need of help, whether it be oxygen, whether it be patents, whether it be, vaccine, may that all happen quickly.
Yes.
And
it's been inspiring to see on our news all the oxygen flying in, like huge tanks, tons of oxygen flying into India. Of course, they need more and more and more. But may we all be part of the solution, right? Yeah.
Yes, that's a beautiful way to end. May we all be part of the solution. Thank you so much, Venerable Chucky. Always a pleasure.
Good evening. Okay. All right. So back here at Chenrezig Institute, and just thinking, how we take responsibility for each other. So here, acknowledging the Gubbi people of this country, of this area, so their country, who have maintained this land and been the custodians and carers of this land for tens of thousands, maybe 100,000, who knows how long, years, really caring for the environment and caring for all the beings, not just the human beings, the animal beings and insects and everybody in the environment for so long. And that enables us to be here and to be in this, consecrated place, which is consecrated by our precious lamas, which has been here, nearly, we have been, sort of taking up residence here for nearly 50 years. And knowing that we owe that huge debt to our Indigenous brothers, sisters. And then, as Venerable Palyang was saying, holding in our hearts and minds all those in countries who are particularly suffering big time from this coronavirus, third wave, however many waves we talk about we have. But the current reality, especially for India, as Venerable Palyang said, where there's the highest daily rate of infection ever in the world, consistently day by day over the last few weeks, and topping 400,000, which seems inconceivable. I have to keep thinking, no, is that correct? Did I add a zero by mistake? No, I didn't, So maybe even more, as I say, they can't count all the cases because they're too busy treating people. and then over 200,000 deaths there. You know, the US has taken a huge toll in the past, and now a third of that population is vaccinated. So we should, you know, have a big turnaround there. And then Brazil doing so badly, and in our region, Sri Lanka, Papua New Guinea, Philippines. You know, I know Australia's supporting and other countries are supporting. Even in our Pacific nations that previously were totally free of COVID are now seeing some cases. And so it just seems, you know, when Rinpoche gave this instruction to continue this practice until pandemic declines, I guess we didn't think, you know, 9 months on from that instruction, or maybe 10 months now, that we would be still in the thick of this pandemic, it would seem. So for the benefit of the world, you know, through the power of our prayers, following in the power of the blessed speech of Thangtong Gyalpo, the Vajra speech of the Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo. So we can set our motivation, holding in mind all these beings, every atom of space, thinking. Actually, I was just thinking before I came here into the Tara room this morning that, you know, sort of, I've got on my mind that I'm going to be visiting prisons in 2 states, neither of which is Queensland, in a couple of weeks. So I'm going to be crossing 2 borders, which, you know, there's always that risk of lockdowns, as we've seen happen intermittently now, like in Western Australia, maybe again this week, or was it a couple of weeks ago, but only in sort of certain regions, you know, not like other parts of the world. But also keeping in mind that those, you know, those people in prison who are amongst the vulnerable populations, when we first, you know, through the Liberation Prison Project, asked our students to write about their experiences when we weren't getting any news at all about cases in the prisons, except to know that there were cases in the prison and that they were vulnerable. People in vulnerable situations. I mean, their health is very vulnerable. Many things, you know, it's, you know, in environments, very vulnerable one. And they were talking way back then, you know, towards the beginning of last year, that this virus coming back and back and back. And at that time, with, you know, and people getting reinfected and so forth, and oh no, that can't possibly happen. But I guess they had early experience of that. And even now, one of our prisoners who's been released overseas, and we've been trying to repatriate him from one country to another country. And the facility he was in post-release also came down with COVID, so he's moved to another one, and now he's moved back there. And but then we're trying to get him home, and, you know, sort of had the flight lined up, I think, in January, and then that had to be put off, so we had to pay for it again, or pay double, and then that has been put off, and, you know, so it goes. And you know, and he hasn't got home, but some ways I feel that could be a blessing too, because his country of origin is now in the thick of another wave of COVID. So we just don't know, do we? You know, but you know, I feel for, of course, for those in those vulnerable situations, but at least, you know, visiting, it is, you know, they've requested refuge, a few of them, in the different prisons, and so how wonderful, you know, despite all the difficulties and hardships, to be able to practice the Dharma in the most difficult of conditions, as His Holiness said, is quite profound. Okay, so setting this extensive bodhicitta motivation, as Rinpoche says, after you open your eyes until enlightenment is achieved, and until death, and especially today, so that all the activities of your body, speech and mind, hearing, thinking and meditating, as well as walking, sitting, sleeping, doing our job of this prayerathon, and so on, do not become causes of suffering, and instead become the causes of happiness, and especially they become the causes to achieve Buddhahood, transforming them into a method for accomplishing benefit and happiness for all sentient beings. Here is a method for transforming the mind into the holy Dharma, and especially into bodhicitta. Bodhicitta. The mind of enlightenment, the mind of infinite altruistic compassion for all beings. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We've visualized all these sentient beings, particularly our human brothers and sisters, but others arising in human form, surrounding us every atom of space, as well as ourselves, multiplying as many bodies as atoms of the world, of the universe even, universes, you know, as much as your mind can imagine, go for it. You know, just like a Buddha can emanate as many bodies as atoms of the universe, you know, creating the cause for us to achieve that, because we can, as the Buddha said, we can, we all can. Not just the humans, but all beings, all Simchen, mind possessors. Every atom of space taking refuge together. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. So the Buddha inseparable from the Guru, whether Buddha Tara, Buddha Chenrezig, Shakyamuni Buddha, you know, turned the wheel of Dharma in this world system. So thinking all into one, same, taking refuge together. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yirams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yirams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yirams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yirams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So contemplating here, whatever meaning of the objects of refuge have for you, particularly the Dharma, the teachings of the Buddha, that we are able to gain those realizations in our own mental continuum and achieve the Dharmakaya, the truth body, the wisdom body of the Buddha, which is not a physical body, but that all those realizations, having completely purified all the obscurations and veils on our mental continuum, all the afflictions and so forth, gone, and having fully perfected all the positive qualities. So then infinite potential, as vast as space of our mind, you know, in our ordinary samsaric self, the only thing holding us back is our ordinary samsaric self. So free of that, eliminated all that, and dwelling in that vast clarity, luminosity, unobstructed space, like the sky, you know, like the rooftop of the world, Tibet, where the sky, they describe, the sky means, you know, surrounding you all the way down to the earth and all around, you know, like that. And pervading every atom of yourself and all other beings. And out of that vast wisdom mind, the infallible wisdom mind, irreversible wisdom mind, arising out of compassion, can't help but help others, can't help but help. You know, this mind of altruistic compassion, like, you know, placed in the foundation of wisdom, realizing reality exactly as it is, laser-like beam of understanding, of realization, conjoining the two wings of a bird coming together in union, like the mani, the jewel in the lotus, the wisdom and compassion of Mani Padme Hum. So with that vast bodhicitta mind, we'll recite the mantra of Om Mani Padme Hum. And as we do so, all those beings we visualized around us on every atom of space, as well as ourselves, above the crown of our head, appears an emanation of infinite altruistic compassion, whether that be Chenrezig, Aryatara, an emanation of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, or whoever for you just exudes that, from whatever faith or none, that view, that, no strings attached compassion, infinite altruistic compassion for all beings. Can't help, see the suffering and just want to do something, just like our wonderful medics and people sending oxygen to India and so forth, and sending whatever they can, whether it be masks or, as Venerable Palyang said, patents, or, being able to make the vaccine there, so forth. Whatever according to our capacity we can do. And then as we recite the mantra above the crown of your head, this emanation of infinite altruistic compassion from the jewel at the heart. In the case of Chenrezig, from the Shri, the mantra seed syllable coming down through the crown of your head, light and nectar coming down, healing, soothing, and all through the crowns of every other being, soothing, healing every atom, every cell, every particle of our beings, our body and mind totally pacified, healed. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. And so from that emanation of infinite altruistic compassion above your crown, above the crown of all sentient beings, this sort of rain drops, or like snowfall or raindrops of compassion just melting down into you, into all the beings around you, coming to sit at your heart with the precious jewel of compassion. It's like Arya Chenrezig, the jewel of compassion at the heart of Arya Chenrezig. at the center of your heart, connecting with the jewel of compassion at the heart of all the beings around you in every atom of space. As Charles Darwin said, we can't help but help. We're hardwired. As human beings, we're totally hardwired for compassion. We see that in the world. Extend that compassion, not just from my people, my country, look after them, out to others, to the whole world, just as the whole world has been doing throughout. Palpably, we've seen that, extending the hand and heart towards others who are suffering. And with that spacious mind of wisdom and the heart of compassion, we offer here the actual prayer of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating the Sakya from disease. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. Not occur in the realms of the world, ever. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. Totally pacified. Pacified totally. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. I always think of our precious gurus, we offer these long life prayers for them. And I don't know about others, but it was just such a wonderful teaching with His Holiness the Dalai Lama yesterday on the Heart Sutra. And at the end, His Holiness bestowing the Bodhisattva vows, offering the Bodhisattva vows ceremony. And it came right at the end, all the questions came. And then His Holiness said, I've been thinking about doing this, right at the end, when normally they're sort of saying goodbye. Well, they were actually saying, live long, be well, in good health, and come to Taiwan, because it was, of course, the Taiwanese who had requested this. So how wonderful, and just such a wonderful opportunity, maybe as in other places, for some of our newer students to take for the first time the Bodhisattva vows here with His Holiness, and taking great delight in that. And for those of us renewing again and again the many times His Holiness has offered over the past year, as His Holiness said, it's compassion that's most needed in the world today. Absolutely. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant. Not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So then I'll offer delicious nectar to Tara. It's warm water. It's pretty clean, which is pretty amazing for our hill, isn't it? Sometimes I feel like a country bumpkin. I go somewhere and go, oh, you've got clean water. Anyway, it's been filtered, it's been boiled. I think I double filtered it actually. It came out of a filter tap, and anyway. Oma hong, Oma hong, Oma hong, Lama Sangha Lama Chu De Shin Lama Ge Dun Te Kun Gi Je Po Lama Te Lama Nam La Chu Pa. May you receive as delicious nectar. So dedicating our final dedications of this practice and all the practice accumulated throughout the world until now. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise, and may that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. And the long life prayers for our precious lamas, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for our precious Guru, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the seduous moral way, who serves as a bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers, honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long, and please, please stay safe. I know, there's many cases now. I think maybe 200 or so cases there in Kopan Monastery. I'm not sure, we haven't had an update, but we've all been doing our prayers and practices. Keep everyone safe and well. Of course, as throughout the world. So thank you very much. Good morning from here.
Good morning, Chekila.
Good to see you. Zooming down to Brisbane now. You well?
Yes, very well.
Hey, we're having,
thank you.
Next Saturday, we're having a nunniversary for our new nuns. The Discovering Buddhism group want to celebrate the newbies, even it's a week before their actual nunniversary, year one, first year of ordination. So, and this afternoon we've got a Zoom with IMI, don't we? Yeah.
Yes, that's
Aussie
4
o'clock.
4 o'clock our time. Yeah.
Yeah. See you then. Ciao, Bella.
See you then. Okay. Bye. And good morning, Venerable Pellegang in New York City. Thank you, or whatever time it is in New York City. Welcome. Wow. What an extraordinary week. The news out of Kopan about our precious brothers and sisters. So many succumbing to the disease. The news out of India, horrendous. The news out of Brazil, it is such a suffering world. Sometimes we go along in our lives and the suffering isn't so in our face, but boy, has it been, front and center for us in the last year or so. Then now it is, we feel so helpless that there is nothing we can do to help. We do our little bit. We hand sanitize, we social distance, we do all of the things to protect ourselves and those around us. And in a country like Australia, where there's been so few cases, but we can see how much there is in the world. We ache to be able to help, and there's so very little we can do. And really doing this practice as advised by our precious teacher and holding all the suffering beings in our prayers all of the time. The power of prayer is so strong. It goes out into the universe. The universe is a closed system, so the prayer cannot escape this universe. And the positive energy of prayer goes out and it swirls around and swirls around. And the positive energy of prayer is healing, even though we can't see it in front of our eyes. So we have to remember that. And we continue to pray and we continue to practice and we continue to follow the advice of our teachers. And this is how we can help. And of course, having the pure altruistic mind to achieve enlightenment for the sake of every single sentient being, so that then we can help them in the best way possible. We must have this, and we must keep this motivation in our hearts, day in, day out. So with that, we'll go straight into the practice. And we can take refuge in the precious Buddha, Dharma and Sangha. And this particular refuge prayer was given by Arya Avalokiteshvara to Kapana Paljor Shalab and by him to Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. Afterwards, it provided infinite benefits for living beings. So we can visualize that every single being throughout the world, all of those who have gross suffering, all of those who have subtle suffering, go for refuge with us. And we'll do the refuge prayer 7 times today. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And now we recite the mantra of compassion. And as we recite the mantra, we can think that the resonance of the mantra of Arya Avalokiteshvara's mantra of compassion goes out into the universe, resonating, swirling around, healing the suffering of every single sentient being. We'll recite the mantra aloud for 1 mala and then for 2 malas under our breath. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Now we'll recite the actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis and dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. And whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis and dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings that are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, and the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the powers of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the powers of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. You can visualize that through the power of our prayers, all beings become free from disease, totally free from any disease. They have radiance, they have power, they have good health, and they have long life. See this happening. We can rejoice that we've had this great opportunity to do these prayers. So few people in the world have this opportunity. We can sincerely rejoice, and we can dedicate that our prayers come to fruition, and that very, very quickly we become enlightened for the sake of being, and then we can help every single other being to enlightenment. At Langri Tangpa Centre in Brisbane, we like to read the dedication prayer from Master Shantideva's Guide to the Bodhisattva's Way of Life. So as I read this, just bring to mind every single suffering being. May all beings everywhere plagued by sufferings of body and mind obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the hopeless find hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all the medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power and the people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then may I too remain to dispel the miseries of the world. May the precious supreme bodhicitta, not yet born, arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Due to this virtue, may I quickly become a Guru Buddha and lead all transmigratory beings, without exception, to that state. The long life prayers for His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. To the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. The Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduous moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving and spreading Manjanath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honouring the three jewels, protector of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. To seal our practice today with emptiness. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty and economic problems in the world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire and wind be pacified immediately, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Keep safe, everybody. Good morning, Venerable. How are you? You good? Excellent. Yes. Set mute. I can't hear.
Okay. Now you can hear me? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, well, good afternoon here, but yes, good hello. Good afternoon.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Where are you? Where are you?
I'm in Lama Zopa's house in America, in Aptos, California.
Oh, okay. Everybody's safe and well there?
Yes, we're all good, and we've all had our vaccinations, and yeah, we're all very fortunate. And you? You had your vaccination?
Very, very. Yeah. No, Australia is very, very slow with the rollout of vaccination. We've had few cases here, but the rollout of the vaccination is, they just won't get on with it. So, yeah.
So are you at Chenrezig now, or
no? Yes, I'm in Brisbane, Langri Tangpa Centre in Brisbane City.
Oh,
yes. Okay. So we're all safe and well here.
Have we met before? Have we met before?
I'm not sure.
Maybe not. Yeah, maybe not. Were you at the Lama Zopa teachings in Singapore?
No.
No, that's the only place I thought maybe, but anyway. Nice to meet you now.
Well, you take care.
Yes, and I'll carry on.
Yes, bye.
Thank you. Okay, so I'll carry on for the last session of the day. And as always, we hold our motivation that especially we want to dedicate for India and Nepal right now, who are having, you know, a horrific time with the COVID virus and all the mutants. So for all that disease, pandemic to be pacified as quickly as possible, and for all beings to receive all the medication and protection they need, so that the virus doesn't spread anymore and is quickly, you know, healed and pacified in those countries and of course all over the world. And more deeply, that all beings are not just well, but also achieve the health and well-being of the deeper health and well-being and liberation and enlightenment. All the humans, and then of course all the animals, all the preta realms, all the hell realms, Sura and Asura. So keeping our mind as vast, as it says in the motivation here, as vast as space, thinking about all living beings who are all under the control of the root cause of samsara ignorance, for their minds to be completely free of that as quickly as possible, and for them all to achieve the deepest, highest happiness of enlightenment. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities and keys. We go for refuge to them to clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, the kings. We go for refuge to them to clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities and dakinis. We go for refuge to them to clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Oh, money by meal, 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 money by meal. Oh, money by meal, 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 money by meal. Oh, money by meal, 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 money by meal. Oh, money by meal, money by meal. Oh, money by meal, money by meal. Oh, money by meal, money by meal, money by meal, money by meal. The actual prayer, meal, diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of spirits, illness, and ailments not occur in the realms of the world. We whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like habitual eating being to be slaughtered, separate the body from mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Male and body beings being harmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases. The mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. Male and body beings being harmed by the 8,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 365 evil spirits harmed suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Through the compassion of the gurus and the triple gem, the power of dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and the strength of infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedication and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to them to clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to them to clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Oh, mani be me, 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 oh, mani be me. Oh, mani be me, oh, mani be me, oh, mani be me. Oh, mani be me, oh, mani be me, oh, mani be me, oh, mani be me. Oh, mani be me, oh, mani be me. Oh, mani be me, oh, mani be me, oh, mani be me. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings such that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harm of spirits, illness, and ailments, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings being harmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be armed by the 8,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits armed suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of four elements deprived in the body and mind of every pleasure be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of Takinis, Tamil protectors, and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, meditational deities, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, meditational deities, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, meditational deities, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Oh, money by me, oh, my 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 money. Oh, money by me, oh, my 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 money. Oh, money by me, 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 oh, money by me. Money by me, oh, 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 money by me. Money by me, oh, 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 money by me May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of spirits, illness, and ailments, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases. The mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of Guru and the Triple Gem, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedication and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and beginnings. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and beginnings. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and beginnings. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harm of spirits, illness, and ailments not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading the being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. For the compassion of the gurus and the triple gem, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and beginnings. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and beginnings. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities and bikinis. We go for refuge to them to clarity of our own minds, the Dharma Kaya. Oh money pay me, oh money pay me, oh money pay me, oh money pay me, oh money pay me. Oh money pay me, oh my money pay me, oh my money pay me, oh my money pay me, oh money pay me. Oh money pay me, 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 oh money pay me. Oh money pay me, 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 oh money. Oh money pay me, oh. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of spirits, illness, and ailments, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings being harmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose name terrifies beings as though it had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings being harmed with 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances, the four elements depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of gurus and the triple gem, by the power of the Kinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and with the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, bikinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds at Dhammakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, bikinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds at Dhammakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and bikinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. Om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Oh mani be me, 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 oh mani be me. Oh mani be me, oh mani be me, oh mani be me, oh mani be me. Oh mani be me, oh mani be me, oh mani be me, oh mani be me, oh mani be me. Oh mani be me, home. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of spirits, illness, and ailments, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings being harmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings, as though being placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings being armed by the 8,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits armed, suddenly the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance, power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. So we'll do one last time. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities and kines. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities and kines. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sending means equal to space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Oh mani be me, 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 oh mani be me. Oh mani be me, 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 oh mani be me. Money baby, oh 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 money baby. Oh money baby, oh money baby. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of spirits, illnesses, and ailments, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings being harmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they're being placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings being harmed by the 8,000 classes of harmful interferers, 360 evil spirits harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, with the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and with the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. So we'll do the dedication prayers. De Sava Lobar Shujan Jusen Churumboche Mage Banam Gyushe Kevanyam Bame Bayam Tone gondu belwar shu. Toni ninje zindu shubela. Cheche zelzi kanjen denjogu. Jana bemu tenzin yatsula. Soba depsu shedonun drupsho. Thangtong Gyalpo. Ui tubzu zhangjin Thangtong Gyalpo. Tenzin gyambeli rinzu do pozin. Chosun gurele manduru. Pada soduji gondu shabten shu. And we take a moment to dedicate all the merits this session, of all the sessions, and all our merits of the past, present, future, and ourselves and all sentient beings, all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, all our gurus, which are empty from the inside. May the I, which is empty from its own side, quickly achieve enlightenment, which is empty from its own side, and that all sentient beings who are empty from their own self, that enlightenment, find themselves alone, again, which is empty from its own side. And we can finish by doing the multiplying mantras. Chombende Dejinje Para Jumbayan Daba Sobe Sanji Namba Nansi Yogi Gepala Shakse Lu. Chanchu Semba Zemba Jembo Bindu Sambola Shakse Lu. Tayada Om Benja Griva Awa Bodine Soha Om Duru Duru Jayamuki Soha. Tayada Om Benja Griva Awa Bodine Soha Om Duru Duru Jayamuki Soha. Tayada Om Benja Griva Ava Bodine Soha Om Duru Duru Jayamuki Soha. Tayada Om Benja Griva Ava Bodine Soha Om Duru Duru Jayamuki Soha. Tayada Om Benja Griva Ava Bodine Soha Om Duru Duru Jayamuki Soha. Tayada Om Benja Griva Ava Bodine Soha Om Duru Duru Jayamuki Soha. Tayada Om Benja Griva Ava Bodine Soha Om Duru Duru Jayamuki Soha. Chomdende Deshinje Bara Jumbayan Daba Sobe Sangi Mengele Gwichu Gre Ugi Gyalpo Shakselo. Chomdende Deshinje Bara Jumbayan Daba Sobe Sangi No Wandam Lom Lam Tam Chirak Du Drupi Gyalpo Shakselo. Due to the blessings, the eminent victorious ones, and the bodhisattvas, the truth of infallible dependent arising, and the power of my pure special attitude taking responsibility, may all the aims of my pure prayers be accomplished immediately. For all our prayers in all these sessions today, and especially all the prayers of our gurus and all the Buddhist bodhisattvas, may they all be accomplished immediately. Amen. Okay, thank you. Thank you.